Minister's residence in that meeting that took place. He is now virtually inaugurating the plant, the missile manufacturing plant today in Lucknow. As we speak, pictures of the defense minister on your screens at this point in time. Remember, this is the Brahmos missile manufacturing plant which is being inaugurated in Lucknow. It's going to be rolling up to 100 supersonic missiles a year. That is going to be the capacity. Undoubtedly a big boost to India's defense manufacturing capabilities, with the inauguration of the Brahmos missile production facility in Lucknow being inaugurated. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister already has spoken at that event, in which he's confirmed that Brahmos was indeed used in India, in fact against Pakistan just very recently. Rajnath Singh would be speaking in a moment from now. At the moment, what you see is him inaugurating virtually the Brahmos aerospace integration and testing facility in Lucknow, which also happens to be his parliamentary constituency. This unit aims to produce 80 to 100 supersonic cruise missiles every single year and is part of the larger defense industrial corridor being developed in Uttar Pradesh. The Brahmos missile is a joint venture between India's Defense Research and Development Organization and Russia's NPO, a key asset, clearly as we've seen, in India's strategic arsenal. The Brahmos cruise missile was also just used, and we have a confirmation of the same, in actual combat.
उत्तर प्रदेश के यशस्वी एक्टिव एवं इफेक्टिव चीफ मिनिस्टर श्रीमान योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, यूपी के उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री केशव प्रसाद जी मौर्य, श्री ब्रजेश जी पाठक, यूपी के एनआरआई और इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रमोशन मिनिस्टर श्री नंद कुमार जी गुप्त नंदी जी, मेंबर राज्यसभा श्री ब्रिजलाल जी, विधायक सरोजनी नगर डॉक्टर राजेश्वर सिंह, विधानसभा और विधान परिषद के सभी सम्मानित सदस्यगण, हमारे डीआरडीओ के साइंटिस्ट और यहाँ मौजूद अधिकारीगण, देश भर के मौजूद सारे टेक्नोक्रेट्स, देवियों व सज्जनों, सबसे पहले तो मैं क्षमा चाहता हूँ कि अपरिहार्य कारणों से चाहते हुए भी मैं समय से उपस्थित नहीं हो पाया। मैं जानता हूँ कि हमारे मुख्यमंत्री योगी जी को बहुत ही आवश्यक कार्यक्रम से गोरखपुर जाना था, लेकिन केवल इस कार्यक्रम की महत्ता को समझते हुए इसमें उनको विलंब हुआ है, फिर भी वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। साथियों, आज लखनऊ में ब्रह्मोस इंटीग्रेशन एंड टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी सेंटर के उद्घाटन के शुभ अवसर पर मैं आप सबसे बातचीत करते हुए बेहद प्रसन्नता की अनुभूति कर रहा हूँ। मेरी बड़ी इच्छा थी कि मैं स्वयं उपस्थित होकर आप सबके बीच मैं रहूं, आप सबसे मैं सीधा संवाद करूं, पर मैं क्यों नहीं आ पाया, यह बात आप सभी जानते हैं। अभी जिस परिस्थिति से हम गुजर रहे हैं उसे देखते हुए मेरा दिल्ली में रहना यह अति आवश्यक था, इसलिए मैं वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के माध्यम से आप सभी से जुड़ रहा हूं। मैं भले ही आपके बीच नहीं आया, लेकिन अपने उत्साह के माध्यम से आप मुझ तक जरूर पहुंच गए हैं। यह अपने आप में एक संदेश है कि चाहे हम किसी भी परिस्थिति में रहें, यह देश चलता रहेगा और हमारा काम नहीं रुकेगा। किसी भी स्थिति में हमारा संवाद नहीं टूटेगा। साथियों, आज का दिन हमारे शहर लखनऊ और हमारे राज्य उत्तर प्रदेश और हमारे पूरे देश के लिए एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है। आज का दिन मैं समझता हूं उस शक्ति की आराधना का दिन है जो हमारी सेनाओं को संबल प्रदान करती है, जो हमारी सेनाओं में निहित होकर दुश्मन पर कहर बरसाती है। आज का दिन मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत रूप से बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि मैंने अपने शहर लखनऊ के लिए एक सपना देखा था कि मेरा शहर भारत के डिफेंस सेक्टर को मजबूत करने में एक बड़ा योगदान दे। वह सपना अब पूरा हो रहा है। साथियों, ब्रह्मोस इंटीग्रेशन एंड टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी का उद्घाटन इसलिए भी महत्व रखता है क्योंकि आज का दिन बहुत ही खास है। आप सब तो जानते ही हैं कि आज नेशनल टेक्नोलॉजी डे है। आज ही के दिन 1998 में श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने पोखरण में परमाणु परीक्षण करके दुनिया को भारत की ताकत दिखाई थी। और वह परीक्षण हमारे साइंटिस्ट, इंजीनियर्स, डिफेंस पर्सनल और कई अन्य स्टेक होल्डर्स के अथक प्रयासों का ही परिणाम था। यह हमारे वैज्ञानिकों तथा इंजीनियर्स को मान्यता देने, उनको रिकॉग्नाइज करने और उनके कंट्रीब्यूशन को एक्नॉलेज करने का दिन है। मुझे अच्छी तरह याद है जब मैंने इसका शिलान्यास किया था, उस समय माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी भी थे। उस दौरान मैंने यह इच्छा जाहिर की थी कि जितनी जल्दी हो सके इस प्रोजेक्ट को पूरा कर लिया जाए। और मुझे यह देखकर बेहद खुशी हुई कि आप लोगों ने मेरी भावनाओं का सम्मान रखा और महज 40 महीने में इस प्रोजेक्ट को पूरा करके दिखाया। आज हमारे आसपास जैसी परिस्थितियां हैं उसे देखते हुए ये बेहद जरूरी हो जाता है कि हम अपने लक्ष्यों को ऐसे ही समयबद्ध तरीके से पूरा करते रहें। इस मौके पर मैं उत्तर प्रदेश के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का विशेष आभार प्रकट करता हूं। यदि इतने कम समय में ब्रह्मोस की इंटीग्रेशन एंड टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी की स्थापना हो सकी तो इसके पीछे योगी जी का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। मैं डीआरडीओ, हमारे वैज्ञानिक, हमारे इंजीनियर्स और इस प्रोजेक्ट से जुड़े हर व्यक्ति और संस्था को मैं हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। आप लोगों ने दिन रात मेहनत करके इस इंटीग्रेशन एंड टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी को खड़ा किया है। देश भर के वैज्ञानिक, इंजीनियर्स और युवाओं का योगदान हमें इस फैसिलिटी सेंटर में देखने को मिलेगा। मैं आपकी मेहनत और लगन को नमन करता हूं। साथियों, हमारी सरकार जब उत्तर प्रदेश में डिफेंस कॉरिडोर के विजन को लेकर आगे बढ़ी थी तो उस समय हमारे सामने अनेक बड़े लक्ष्य थे। उन तमाम लक्ष्यों में से हमारा एक उद्देश्य यह भी था कि हम उत्तर प्रदेश को एक बार फिर देश के प्रोडक्शन सेंटर के रूप में डेवलप करें। यूपी डिफेंस कॉरिडोर लखनऊ सहित कानपुर, झांसी, चित्रकूट, आगरा और अलीगढ़ से होकर गुजरता है और ये सभी नोड्स आने वाले समय में विकास के नए केंद्र बनकर उभरेंगे। साथियों, एक उदाहरण मैं आपके सामने रखूं तो आप में से बहुत लोगों को पता होगा कि एक समय कानपुर और आसपास का क्षेत्र प्रोडक्ट्स की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए जाना जाता था। आर्थिक रूप से यह क्षेत्र बहुत ही समृद्ध था। इसे मैनचेस्टर ऑफ द ईस्ट कहा जाता था। लेकिन आजादी के बाद अनेक कारणों से आर्थिक प्रगति की राह में यह क्षेत्र पिछड़ता गया और कहीं पीछे छूट गया। मैं उन कारणों में तो नहीं जाना चाहूंगा, पर कहना यह चाहता हूं कि यूपी डिफेंस कॉरिडोर के निर्माण के बाद यह क्षेत्र फिर से एक बार अपने पुराने वैभव को प्राप्त करने की ओर आगे बढ़ चला है। मुझे इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं है कि कानपुर विकास की उन ऊंचाइयों को छुएगा जो दुनिया के विकसित क्षेत्रों के लिए अनुकरणीय होगा। कल को वेस्ट में कोई क्षेत्र जब बहुत अधिक प्रगति करेगा तो उसे कानपुर ऑफ द वेस्ट कहा जाएगा। इसी प्रकार डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर के सभी नोड्स को डेवलप करने के लिए हम पूरी तरह से कमिटेड हैं। मुझे यह भी बतलाया गया है कि अभी उत्तर प्रदेश डिफेंस कॉरिडोर में एयरक्राफ्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, यूएवी, ड्रोन्स, एमिनिशंस, कंपोजिट एंड क्रिटिकल मटेरियल्स, स्मॉल आर्म्स, टेक्सटाइल तथा पैरासूट आदि में मेजर इन्वेस्टमेंट किए गए हैं। एक अच्छी बात यह है कि इस डिफेंस कॉरिडोर में हमें पब्लिक सेक्टर और प्राइवेट सेक्टर दोनों की ही बड़ी अहम भागीदारी दिखाई दे रही है। साथियों, जब मैं प्राइवेट सेक्टर की भागीदारी की बात कर रहा हूं तो मुझे यह बताते हुए बड़ी खुशी हो रही है कि लखनऊ में ही पीटीसी इंडस्ट्रीज लिमिटेड द्वारा टाइटेनियम एंड सुपर एलॉय मटेरियल प्लांट्स की शुरुआत की जा रही है। इसके अलावा 7 एडिशनल क्रिटिकल प्रोजेक्ट्स की भी नींव इस समय रखी जा रही है। यह निश्चित रूप से रक्षा क्षेत्र में भारत की आत्मनिर्भरता की गति को और तेज करेगा। मैं इसके लिए श्री सचिन अग्रवाल को भी बधाई देना चाहता हूं। हमारा सपना है कि उत्तर प्रदेश दुनिया के टॉप डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और एक्सपोर्ट डेस्टिनेशन के रूप में जाना जाए। आज जो ब्रह्मोस फैसिलिटी शुरू हो रही है, मैं समझता हूं वह यूपी डिफेंस कॉरिडोर का एक गौरव होगा। यह सिर्फ उत्तर प्रदेश का ही नहीं, बल्कि देश का सबसे बड़ा ब्रह्मोस इंटीग्रेशन एंड टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी सेंटर है। यह रक्षा क्षेत्र में भारत की आत्मनिर्भरता के प्रयास को भी मजबूती प्रदान करेगा। साथियों, जहां तक ब्रह्मोस का प्रश्न है, तो आप सभी यह जानते हैं कि ब्रह्मोस दुनिया के सबसे तेज सुपरसोनिक क्रूज मिसाइल्स में से एक है। ब्रह्मोस सिर्फ एक हथियार नहीं है, बल्कि यह अपने आप में एक मैसेज है। मैसेज हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के स्ट्रेंथ का है। मैसेज दुश्मन के प्रति हमारी डेटरेंस का है, प्रतिरोधक क्षमता का है। मैसेज हमारी बॉर्डर्स की सेफ गार्डिंग के हमारी प्रतिबद्धता का है। साथियों, पोखरण परमाणु परीक्षण में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देने वाले मिसाइल मैन और हमारे पूर्व राष्ट्रपति डॉक्टर APJ अब्दुल कलाम ने यह कहा भी था कि अनलेस इंडिया स्टैंड्स अप टू द वर्ल्ड, नो वन विल रेस्पेक्ट अस इन दिस वर्ल्ड। फियर हैज नो प्लेस, ओनली स्ट्रेंथ रेस्पेक्ट्स स्ट्रेंथ। अर्थात दुनिया कमजोरों का नहीं, बल्कि शक्तिशाली का सम्मान करती है। उनका विजन था कि हमें अपनी ताकत को और मजबूत करना होगा। जब तक कोई देश ताकतवर नहीं होगा, दुनिया उसका सम्मान नहीं करेगी। आज भारत दुनिया के सबसे शक्तिशाली राष्ट्रों में से एक है। हम लगातार अपनी ताकत और बढ़ा रहे हैं, और मैं समझता हूं कि आज जो फैसिलिटी सेंटर शुरू हो रहा है, यह भारत की शक्ति को और मजबूत करने में सहायक होगी। साथियों, यह केवल एक फैक्ट्री का उद्घाटन भर नहीं है, बल्कि मैं समझता हूं कि यह रक्षा क्षेत्र में भारत की आत्मनिर्भरता की दिशा में एक बहुत बड़ा कदम है। उत्तर प्रदेश डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर बनने के पश्चात उत्तर प्रदेश के इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट का एक नए सिरे से श्री गणेश हो चुका है। इस डिफेंस कॉरिडोर में अब तक कुल 180 के लगभग MOUs साइन किए जा चुके हैं, जिसमें 34,000 करोड़ रुपए का इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रपोज्ड है। आपको यह जानकर खुशी होगी कि अभी तक इस कॉरिडोर में 4,000 करोड़ रुपए का इन्वेस्टमेंट किया भी जा चुका है। साथियों, टेक्नोलॉजी डे के दिन इस हाई टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेटफॉर्म फैसिलिटी को इनागुरेट करना अपने आप में एक लैंडमार्क डे है, परंतु इसके साथ साथ यह भारत की नई इनोवेटिव एनर्जी को भी दिखाता है, जिसको हमने पिछले कुछ सालों में गति देने का प्रयास किया है। हम सब जानते हैं कि इस समय टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में, खासकर क्रिटिकल हाई एंड फ्रंटियर टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में बड़ी तेजी से बदलाव आ रहा है। चाहे सिविल सेक्टर हो या डिफेंस सेक्टर, आज रोज नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी सभी प्रकार के प्रोडक्ट्स या सर्विसेज में क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन ला रही हैं। हमारे जीवन का कोई भी ऐसा कार्य क्षेत्र नहीं है जहां टेक्नोलॉजी हमें डिसरप्टिव तरीके से प्रभावित न कर रही हो। दुनिया के हर क्षेत्र में इस टेक्नोलॉजी क्रांति ने एक ऐसी उथल पुथल मचा रखी है जहां पुराने सारे अब तक के स्थापित जो नोशंस हैं, धारणाएं हैं, वह तेजी से बदल रही हैं, और ऐसे नए परिवर्तनों का आगाज हो रहा है जिसके बारे में पहले हम सोच भी नहीं सकते थे। ऐसे में नेशनल टेक्नोलॉजी डे एक खास महत्व रखता है, और इस खास दिन पर डिफेंस के क्षेत्र में एक हाई टेक्नोलॉजी फैसिलिटी को उद्घाटन करना मेरे, आपके और हम सब के लिए एक गौरव का विषय है। साथियों, ब्रह्मोस भारत और रूस के हाईएस्ट डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी का एक संगम है। जिस तरह हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश प्रयाग स्थित संगम के लिए दुनिया भर में जाना जाता है, उसी तरह आने वाले समय में लखनऊ भी इस टेक्नोलॉजी के संगम के लिए जाना जाएगा। और यह संगम कई अनेक विशेषताओं को अपने अंदर समाहित करता है। आने वाले समय में यह रोजगार के सीधे यानी डायरेक्ट और इनडायरेक्ट अवसर पैदा करेगा। मुझे यह भी विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में यह क्षेत्र एक ग्रोथ पोल के रूप में उभर कर सामने आएगा। साथियों, ब्रह्मोस जैसे कॉम्प्लेक्स सिस्टम की एक खास विशेषता होती है और यह सिस्टम अनेक प्रकार के सब सिस्टम, कंपोनेंट्स और पार्ट्स से बने होते हैं जिन्हें किसी भी एक जगह पर निर्मित करना संभव नहीं होता। यह सभी अलग अलग पार्ट्स इतने विशेष होते हैं, स्पेशलाइज्ड होते हैं, इनमें से हर एक को बनाने के लिए हाईली स्किल्ड मैन पावर और हाई टेक्नोलॉजी वाले हथियार, औजार, टूल्स की आवश्यकता होती है। आपको मैं यह बताना चाहूंगा कि हमारी डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री के अंदर देश भर में, चाहे वह डीपीएसयू हो या प्राइवेट सेक्टर की इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिट्स हो या जहां भी स्थापित होती हैं, वहां अपने साथ साथ एमएसएमई यानी छोटी औद्योगिक इकाइयों का एक एंसिलरी इंडस्ट्रियल बेस भी निर्मित करती हैं और इन एंसिलरी इंडस्ट्रियल बेस से पूरे इलाके का एक सामाजिक आर्थिक विकास होता है। मेरा मानना है कि यह फैसिलिटी सेंटर भी वही भूमिका निभाएगा। और साथियों, जैसा कि आप सब जानते हैं, चाहे भारत सरकार हो या राज्य सरकार, हमारी नीति एकदम साफ है। मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉरवर्ड। हमारे लिए रक्षा क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भरता का अर्थ बहुत व्यापक है। हम इस विचार के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं कि हमें खुद के लिए तो आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट बनाना ही है, साथ ही साथ में पूरी दुनिया को एक्सपोर्ट भी करना है। साथियों, दुनिया की मिलिट्री मार्केट में अपार संभावनाएं हैं। हाल ही में मैं स्टॉकहोम इंटरनेशनल पीस रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट की एक रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा था। उसमें उन्होंने यह बताया है कि वर्ल्ड मिलिट्री एक्सपेंडिचर 2024 में बढ़कर $2,718 बिलियन हो गया है। आप सोचिए, आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट का इतना बड़ा मार्केट हमारी राह देख रहा है। इसलिए हमें बेहद मजबूती से भारत को दुनिया के लिए एक अट्रैक्टिव डिफेंस प्रोडक्ट हब के रूप में विकसित करने की ओर आगे बढ़ना ही होगा। आज का दिन उस विचार की तरफ बढ़ाया गया हमारा एक और ठोस कदम है। इन सारी चीजों ने मिलाकर उत्तर प्रदेश में डेवलपमेंट का एक इकोसिस्टम तैयार किया है। इसी कारण हम उत्तर प्रदेश में डिफेंस कॉरिडोर का भी निर्माण कर पाए। हमने लखनऊ में डिफेंस एक्सपो का भी आयोजन किया। हमने डीआरडीओ के टेस्टिंग सेंटर DTTC की भी स्थापना की और आज जिस ब्रह्मोस फैसिलिटी का उद्घाटन यहाँ हो रहा है, इस फैसिलिटी की शुरुआत से ही लगभग 500 डायरेक्ट और 1000 इनडायरेक्ट रोजगार सृजित होंगे। यह भी कहीं न कहीं उस इकोसिस्टम के कारण ही संभव हो पाया है जो श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने यहां डेवलप किया है। यानी हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार उत्तर प्रदेश में खेल से लेकर खेत तक, कल्चर से लेकर कनेक्टिविटी तक, पुलिस से लेकर पॉलिसी तक और टेक्नोलॉजी से लेकर टूरिज्म तक हर क्षेत्र में विकास कर रही है। इसलिए मैं उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार को पुनः बधाई देता हूं। हर तरीके से उत्तर प्रदेश और भारत के डेवलपमेंट को लेकर हमारा संकल्प, हमारा समर्पण और हमारी प्रतिबद्धता और भी मजबूत होती जा रही है। साथियों, 11 मई को पोखरण से जो आत्मविश्वास प्रारंभ हुआ था, आज लखनऊ में वह और मजबूत हो रहा है। साथियों, अपनी बात समाप्त करने के पहले मैं कहना चाहता हूं, जिन भारत विरोधी और आतंकी संगठनों ने भारत माता के मस्तक पर हमला करके कई परिवारों के सिंदूर मिटाए थे, उन्हें भारतीय सेना ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से इंसाफ दिलाने का काम किया है और इसके लिए आज सारा देश भारतीय सेनाओं का अभिनंदन कर रहा है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सिर्फ एक सैन्य कार्रवाई भर नहीं है, बल्कि भारत की राजनैतिक, सामाजिक और सामरिक इच्छा शक्ति का प्रतीक है। यह ऑपरेशन आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति का और सैन्य शक्ति की क्षमता और संकल्प शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन है। हमने दिखाया है, भारत आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जब भी कोई कार्रवाई करेगा तो आतंकवादियों और उनके आकाओं के लिए सरहद पार की जमीन भी सुरक्षित नहीं रहेगी। भारतीय सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को पाकिस्तान में मौजूद आतंकी ढांचा ढहाने के उद्देश्य से लॉन्च किया था। हमने उनके आम नागरिकों को कभी निशाना नहीं बनाया था, मगर पाकिस्तान ने न केवल भारत के नागरिक इलाकों को निशाना बनाया, बल्कि मंदिर, गुरुद्वारा, गिरजाघर पर भी हमले करने का प्रयास किया। भारतीय सेना ने शौर्य और पराक्रम के साथ साथ संयम का भी परिचय देते हुए पाकिस्तान के अन्य ठिकानों पर भी प्रहार करके करारा जवाब दिया है। हमने केवल सीमा से सटे सैन्य ठिकानों पर ही नहीं कार्रवाई की, बल्कि भारत की सेनाओं की धमक उस रावलपिंडी तक सुनी गई जहां पाकिस्तानी फौज का हेडक्वार्टर मौजूद है। मित्रों, भारत में आतंकवादी घटनाएं करने और कराने का क्या अंजाम होता है, यह पूरे विश्व ने उरी की घटना के बाद देखा, जब हमारी सेना ने पाकिस्तान में घुसकर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की। पुलवामा के बाद देखा, जब बालाकोट पर एयर स्ट्राइक की गई, और अब पहलगाम की घटना के बाद दुनिया देख रही है कि जब भारत ने पाकिस्तान के भीतर घुसकर मल्टीपल स्ट्राइक्स की हैं। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति पर चलते हुए हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि यह नया भारत है जो आतंक के खिलाफ सरहद के इस पार और उस पार दोनों तरफ प्रभावी कार्रवाई करेगा। यह हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट रूप से यह संदेश दे दिया है। मैं एक बार फिर से ब्रह्मोस इंटीग्रेशन एंड टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी सेंटर और इस प्रोजेक्ट में शामिल सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। मैं साथ ही पीटीसी इंडस्ट्रीज लिमिटेड को भी उनके एम्बिशियस प्रोजेक्ट पर हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। इन तमाम प्रोजेक्ट्स की शुरुआत पर मैं लखनऊ और उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता को भी बधाई देता हूं, जो इस ऐतिहासिक पहल का हिस्सा बन रही हैं। अंत में मैं आप सभी का आभार प्रकट करते हुए अपनी बात को समाप्त करना चाहता हूं, और आप सभी से मैं खेद भी व्यक्त करता हूं कि निर्धारित समय पर मैं इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित नहीं हो सका, लेकिन देर आया दुरुस्त आया। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
He gave a befitting response to Pakistan. That's Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. India entered Pakistan and did multiple strikes, carried out multiple strikes is what he has spoken about. Remember, he was in fact at an event virtually from the national capital where the Defence Minister was inaugurating the Brahmos missile manufacturing plant in Lucknow. India's message that has been successfully passed on is what he's spoken about. Also spoke about the fact that terror land is not safe. We entered Pakistan and hit them where it hurts the most, is what Rajnath Singh has said, speaking at an event just a few moments ago. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has detailed on, or rather spoken about the operation and Operation Sindoor, and spoken about how this was successfully carried out. The message is that terror land is not safe, is what Rajnath Singh has said. I'm going straight across to Shivani for more on that. The Defence Minister, in fact, importantly and interestingly, Shivani, at the inauguration of the Brahmos missile manufacturing plant, has detailed on how they've given out a message to Pakistan. Brahmos is a message to the enemy, is what he said, referring to Pakistan, also speaking about how they entered Pakistan and hit them hard. Shivani.
Sneha, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has made such detailed statement first time after Operation Sindoor was conducted. He had made a brief mention in a prior address after Operation Sindoor. But what diverged after Operation Sindoor, when the Pakistan army, they tried to get inside Indian boundaries with those drones, and then action came their way, and Brahmos ballistic missile was also used during the Operation Sindoor. That's what has been now made it evidently clear, not only by Defence Defence Minister Rajnath Singh himself, but the UP Chief Minister also, where the lethality and the range of Brahmos has been once again, it's proving very important, and strategic operations like Operation Sindoor are the ones which have witnessed the capabilities of this missile. This has been the first time when Brahmos has been used for such an operation, Sneha, because we possess such ballistic missiles. We do it for deterrence purposes, but when somebody tries to check the patients or tries to eye our civilian installations and people in the country, India knows how to retaliate. That's what Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has also reiterated, that in Operation Sindoor, how inside Pakistan these terror outfits were struck hard. There were ballistic missiles that were being used out there. There were major damages, and we've been reporting about the number of terrorists that have been indicated through the sources. More than 100 terrorists were neutralized. The most wanted terrorists were also there, who were holding the headquarters. They all were destroyed in these strikes. So India has once again given out a very strong message of a zero tolerance against terror. So Pakistan, if it continues any act of terror, we will respond in a similar manner, and any kind of compromise with the sovereignty of India will not be tolerated. That's what is a strong message. India is strong, capable and aggressive against terror.
All right. Shivani, be with us. I'll come back to you in a moment. From now, listen in once again to what Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, said just a few moments ago.
और इसके जिन भारत विरोधी और आतंकी संगठनों ने भारत माता के मस्तक पर हमला करके कई परिवारों के सिंदूर मिटाए थे, उन्हें भारतीय सेना ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से इंसाफ दिलाने का काम किया है। और इसके लिए आज सारा देश भारतीय सेनाओं का अभिनंदन कर रहा है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सिर्फ एक सैन्य कार्रवाई भर नहीं है, बल्कि भारत की राजनैतिक, सामाजिक और सामरिक इच्छा शक्ति का प्रतीक है। यह ऑपरेशन आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति का और सैन्य शक्ति की क्षमता और संकल्प शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन है। हमने दिखाया है, भारत आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जब भी कोई कार्रवाई करेगा तो आतंकवादियों और उनके आकाओं के लिए सरहद पार की जमीन भी सुरक्षित नहीं रहेगी। भारतीय सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को पाकिस्तान में मौजूद आतंकी ढांचा ढहाने के उद्देश्य से लॉन्च किया था। हमने उनके आम नागरिकों को कभी निशाना नहीं बनाया था, मगर पाकिस्तान ने न केवल भारत के नागरिक इलाकों को निशाना बनाया, बल्कि मंदिर, गुरुद्वारा, गिरजाघर पर भी हमले करने का प्रयास किया। भारतीय सेना ने शौर्य और पराक्रम के साथ साथ संयम का भी परिचय देते हुए पाकिस्तान के अन्य ठिकानों पर भी प्रहार करके करारा जवाब दिया है। हमने केवल सीमा से सटे सैन्य ठिकानों पर ही नहीं कार्रवाई की, बल्कि भारत की सेनाओं की धमक उस रावलपिंडी तक सुनी गई जहां पाकिस्तानी फौज का हेडक्वार्टर मौजूद है। मित्रों, भारत में आतंकवादी घटनाएं करने और कराने का क्या अंजाम होता है, यह पूरे विश्व ने उरी की घटना के बाद देखा, जब हमारी सेना ने पाकिस्तान में घुसकर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की। पुलवामा के बाद देखा, जब बालाकोट पर एयर स्ट्राइक की गई, और अब पहलगाम की घटना के बाद दुनिया देख रही है कि जब भारत ने पाकिस्तान के भीतर घुसकर मल्टीपल स्ट्राइक्स की हैं। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति पर चलते हुए हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि यह नया भारत है जो आतंक के खिलाफ सरहद के इस पार और उस पार दोनों तरफ प्रभावी कार्रवाई करेगा। यह हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट रूप से यह संदेश दे दिया है।
Shivani continues to be with us. Also, Amit Bhardwaj is joining in. Piyush also is with us for the very latest. Shivani, to you quickly before I go on to, speak with Piyush and Amit. I think the body language of the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, speaking volumes of the fact that the Brahmos missile was used, in combat for the first time. He's spoken about it, spoken also or indicated really about how Pakistan was unable to intercept it. That message is also very clear. There is a message for terror land is what he said. It's a message to the enemy. There's a great deal, and rightly so, of confidence and satisfaction that this cruise missile was used effectively, isn't it, this time around?
Sneha, the body language is very clear
Yes.
that a very strong message and a warning once again goes out to Pakistan that has been resorting to terror inside India. And what he said was very clear that our armed forces not only defended the acts that were coming from Pakistan, but we went inside and we destroyed the terror nexus inside Pakistan's territory without even crossing the limit. So we have that kind of capability, the long-range missile systems, the air jets of our Indian Air Forces and the synergy between the armed forces, the capabilities, most modern lethal weapon systems. So it's a very strong warning once again. The unimaginable kind of punishment that we were talking about in the addresses of Prime Minister and the Defence Minister has already been sought to Pakistan in Operation Sindoor, where inside its own territory all this destruction has been done, and the defence has been very extraordinary by Indian Armed Forces, and the damage that was later inflicted on the Rawalpindi and other air bases that Defence Minister also made a mention of. Sneha.
Well, absolutely. Be with us, Shivani. Coming back to you, a quick update as well from Piyush, who is in fact standing by and tracking all of those developments. Rajnath Singh went for that, the virtual inauguration of the Brahmos missile plant in Lucknow. But before that, a 2-hour meeting that he was in with the Prime Minister. Piyush has the leadership of this country, the government and the forces review what has happened and what next, isn't it, in days to come?
Well, Sneha, like you rightly mentioned that yes, a 2-hour-long meeting took place at the Prime Minister's residence, in which on which tri-services chiefs were present. NSAG Dubal was there, Foreign Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar was also there, Defence Minister was also present. And after that 2-hour-long meet, we are now seeing how India delivering a strong message. An official statement coming in from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh that we have hit the headquarters of Pakistan's armed forces. We have hit, Rawalpindi. We have taught them a lesson. We have, taken action against the terrorism sponsored by Pakistan. We have only hit the terror targets, and after the escalation which was done by Pakistan, then only the other areas of Pakistan were hit. So India since beginning was maintaining that our attacks, our strikes are appropriate, measured and non-escalate. It was Pakistan which was escalating things, to which India had to respond. And like Defence Minister has maintained that Pakistan was trying to attack our temples, churches and various other religious places. It also attacked our civilians, to which India has responded in a befitting manner and has hit various areas of Pakistan, and a strong lesson has been taught to Pakistan. One thing which has been made very clear by Rajnath Singh, Shivani, that we are very much capable of dealing with terrorism, all kinds of terrorism, which is being sponsored by Pakistan, and whenever such acts are there, we will take strongest possible actions.
Well, absolutely. Piyush, continue to be with us. Piyush is getting in those details from the Prime Minister's residence, where he is at this point in time. Amit is in Baramulla. Amit, just give us a sense of what is happening right now as we speak. We've reported on the fact that, Pakistan violated the ceasefire, but there's been a sense of relief in many other places where things appear to be calm, at least overnight, So where you are, essentially in Baramulla, was one of the worst affected areas vis-a-vis the attacks from the side of Pakistan. What's happening as we speak? What are the people saying? What's the public sentiment also on the ground?
Right, Sneha. I have not only spoken to people in Baramulla, but also those living in the shelters where this shelling affected, artillery firing affected families were living. And I also checked on people living in the distant line of fire villages. I would rather call them line of fire villages in Kupwara district, like Sautipura, Rawatpura, all these areas. They made 3 very specific statements. Number one, that after days they had a peaceful night's sleep. There was no heavy shelling, artillery firing from Pakistani side, which they had been experiencing for the past 3 to 4 days. Number one. Number two, they are skeptical about the peace which has been restored, because they do not trust the military establishment in Pakistan, and they are looking out for tonight as to whether the artillery firing will, there will be pause on artillery firing even tonight, and whether the talks between India and Pakistan is fruitful tomorrow. So even people, living in these distant areas have the very minute details about as to how India has carried out the operation against terrorism, what has been India's response to the artillery firing and shelling that has been done by Pakistan, and as to how these talks are to happen between the top military officials of India and Pakistan tomorrow at 12 p.m.
Yes.
So all eyes are on that particular meeting. Besides that, yes, many of these individuals have gone back to their homes to check the damage that has happened to their houses. Back to you.
All right, getting in those details is Amit Bhardwaj in Baramulla. Piyush continues to be with us. Shivani is also with us, telling us about how the Defence Minister today has spoken about Brahmos. Earlier than that, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister did indeed confirm, and there was speculation, isn't it, Shivani, that perhaps Brahmos was used in Bahawalpur, and that confirmation actually first came in from the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister earlier today, even before we were discussing on the wreckage that was found in Bikaner.
Sneha, we have a lot of information, but we want to break that information only when we get official confirmation, and then that's why we remain a bit cautious. But we were aware that the ballistic missiles that were used against Pakistan were of the Brahmos and other category. So the Brahmos ballistic missile that has been used, now the confirmation has come in, not only from the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh who was talking about Operation Sindoor and how our missile systems have destroyed Pakistan's terror outfits, and also the infrastructure out there, the big military infrastructure, including the Pakistani air bases. And when Defence Minister was also speaking, and the occasion was also such that we were listening about the Brahmos new NG missile center that has been already inaugurated in Lucknow. That is another big defense hub now. So this Brahmos missile system, which has all the version, the land version, the air version, the sea version, and it is quite operational with all the services of the Indian Armed Forces. And in this particular operation, the Sukhoi based the Brahmos was used. That's what we now get to know. The fighter jets of Indian Air Force, multiple of them, they were operating while Operation Sindoor. We are waiting for more official debrief from the forces as the operation still continues, as was indicated by the Indian Air Force. But certainly during Operation Sindoor, long-range Brahmos was used, which has a capability to hit the target without even entering the territory, and it could not be intercepted too. So that wreckage that we saw in Rajasthan was of Brahmos that was not intercepted, and the technology, the modern transforming forces of India have once again proved that any kind of misadventure with India can pay hard and hit hard Pakistan.
All right, I'm going to, in fact, leave it at that. That message really, Shivani, like you said, from the Defence Minister was loud and clear. Well, he spoke a few moments ago talking about Brahmos and how that message has gone out to Pakistan. Leaving it at that for the moment, but of course, I'll keep coming back to you, to Amit and to Piyush for more details on that very big story that we are tracking very closely. It's a rolling coverage right here, Operation Sindoor. Not over is what the Indian Air Force has also spoken about in a statement. There are more developments, and we're reporting on that on the other side of this very quick commercial break.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
I'm Shivani Sharma reporting from line of control in the Uri sector, where the situation remains tense.
People staying at line of control have started to move out.
Level of tension between India and Pakistan is too high.
There is a sense of fear and there is a sense of apprehension of rising escalation.
The situation along this border also stays
tense.
I am Brijesh Doshi reporting from the village which is just 40 kilometers away from the Pakistan. I'm Sharad Kumar reporting from Jaisalmer.
Right behind me at 800 meters, there's an international border with Pakistan.
We are reporting from Gurdaspur near the international border.
I'm Mir Farid from war zone Jammu and Kashmir.
This is Anmol Nath Bali.
Devankur Vadhavan.
Naseem Basir.
Shivani Sharma.
Ashraf Wani.
Kamaljeet Sandhu.
Mosmi Singh.
This is Ashutosh Mishra reporting somewhere near the line of control in Naushera sector for India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@Ajtak.com.
All right, we're getting you up to speed with the big story we're tracking at this hour. The Defence Minister has lauded Operation Sindoor, also spoken about India's defence capabilities vis-a-vis the use of the Brahmos missile, which has now been confirmed by the Defence Minister and also by the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister in a 2-hour security huddle with the Chief of the Defence Staff, with service chiefs, the tri-service chiefs and also NSA Ajit Doval, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. We're breaking down that big developing story at this hour. Up ahead on the show, I'm Sneha Mordani. A quick check of the headlines this Sunday afternoon first. Rajnath Singh lauds Defence Operation Sindoor, says India entered Pakistan and attacked its bases, says gave befitting reply to Pakistan's terror. DGMO level meeting between India and Pakistan tomorrow at noon. Prime Minister Modi chairs crucial huddle in his residence with tri-services chiefs. Hours after India agreed to a ceasefire that is an understanding, not an agreement, Pakistan violated truce in multiple locations. India retaliated by shooting down Pakistan drones. Normalcy prevails in Amritsar, Jaisalmer, Srinagar after late night evening ceasefire violations and tense calm overnight. Red alert ends. Locals out of streets early Sunday morning. US President offers to mediate on Kashmir, says we'll see if there can be Kashmir solution in 1,000 years. And we have news coming in this hour. This has got to do with India's Brahmos missile and the confirmation that it indeed hit the Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur. Brahmastra struck deep inside Pakistan. The precision hit pulverized the Jaish headquarters. The pictures of the same on your screens at this point in time on the right side of your screens. It's proven adequately now that India's Pakistan deep strike capability was established with the help of Brahmos cruise missile used for the first time in combat. Brahmos air superiority firmly established. We've got the live demonstration of the same. Pakistan air defense goes kaput, fails to stop Brahmos, essentially couldn't intercept, suffered the damages the way they did, evident on your screens. Shivani is getting in more details on that story. Shivani, we've been talking about this. First, the wreckage in Bikaner, then a hint from, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, a Defence Minister also speaking about it, the volume of destruction on our screens for us to see, and also Pakistan's, lack of capability in intercepting Brahmos cruise missile is on display, isn't it?
Sneha, Brahmos, which happens to be one of the most lethal long-range missile that is used by the Indian Armed Forces in all the three versions, the land, air and sea. And this particular missile that has hit Bahawalpur, the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters, happens to be an air-launched missile that has created devastation in these places. And this is a confirmation that comes in after the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, while the new facility of Brahmos was being inaugurated by Raksha Mantri today, was speaking about the capabilities of Brahmos. He also spoke about how Brahmos created havoc in Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. So, Sneha, we must tell our viewers that Operation Sindoor, when in the night of 7th of May, 9 targets were there, the terror outfits. There, Brahmos was also used, and it was directed towards Bahawalpur It can also be possible that many other targets were also hit by different Brahmos missiles, but certainly the confirmation of this being used has now come after Chief Minister and the Defence Minister also made a mention of Brahmos capabilities.
That's right. Be with us, Shivani. I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now. Brahmos is in focus at this point in time, with the confirmation, like I said, coming in that the missile was indeed used by the forces. Indian armed forces not just successfully crushed Pakistan's terror outfits in Operation Sindoor, but also caused major damages to its military infrastructure across cities. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister has confirmed the use of the Brahmos missile in targeting terror bases inside Pakistan. His statement aligns with mounting evidence suggesting the missile's deployment. A Brahmos booster and cap were recovered near the Pakistan border at Bikaner, to be specific, strongly indicating its use in a cross-border strike. Missile fragments found near Bikaner there suggest it was launched from Indian territory towards a high-value target. Intelligence sources also believe that Brahmos was used to hit the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur in Pakistan. In spite of claiming high alert defense posture, Pakistan has once again failed to intercept Brahmos, underlining the missile's effectiveness and the Indian military's ability to strike high-value targets with minimal risk.
जिन भारत विरोधी और आतंकी संगठनों ने भारत माता के मस्तक पर हमला करके कई परिवारों के सिंदूर मिटाए थे, उन्हें भारतीय सेना ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से इंसाफ दिलाने का काम किया है। और इसके लिए आज सारा देश भारतीय सेनाओं का अभिनंदन कर रहा है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सिर्फ एक सैन्य कार्रवाई भर नहीं है, बल्कि भारत की राजनीतिक, सामाजिक और सामरिक इच्छा शक्ति का प्रतीक है। यह ऑपरेशन आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति का और सैन्य शक्ति की क्षमता और संकल्प शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन है। हमने दिखाया है, भारत आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जब भी कोई कार्रवाई करेगा तो आतंकवादियों और उनके आकाओं के लिए सरहद पार की जमीन भी सुरक्षित नहीं रहेगी। भारतीय सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को पाकिस्तान में मौजूद आतंकी ढांचा ढहाने के उद्देश्य से लॉन्च किया था। हमने उनके आम नागरिकों को कभी निशाना नहीं बनाया था, मगर पाकिस्तान ने न केवल भारत के नागरिक इलाकों को निशाना बनाया, बल्कि मंदिर, गुरुद्वारा, गिरजाघर पर भी हमले करने का प्रयास किया। भारतीय सेना ने शौर्य और पराक्रम के साथ साथ संयम का भी परिचय देते हुए पाकिस्तान के अन्य ठिकानों पर भी प्रहार करके करारा जवाब दिया है। हमने केवल सीमा से सटे सैन्य ठिकानों पर ही नहीं कार्रवाई की, बल्कि भारत की सेनाओं की धमक उस रावलपिंडी तक सुनी गई जहां पाकिस्तानी फौज का हेडक्वार्टर मौजूद है। मित्रों, भारत में आतंकवादी घटनाएं करने और कराने का क्या अंजाम होता है, यह पूरे विश्व ने उरी की घटना के बाद देखा, जब हमारी सेना ने पाकिस्तान में घुसकर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की। पुलवामा के बाद देखा, जब बालाकोट पर एयर स्ट्राइक की गई, और अब पहलगाम की घटना के बाद दुनिया देख रही है कि जब भारत ने पाकिस्तान के भीतर घुसकर मल्टीपल स्ट्राइक्स की हैं। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति पर चलते हुए हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि यह नया भारत है जो आतंक के खिलाफ सरहद के इस पार और उस पार दोनों तरफ प्रभावी कार्रवाई करेगा। यह हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट रूप से यह संदेश दे दिया है।
ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल क्या होती है, अभी आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के अंदर इस मिसाइल के पराक्रम की एक झलक देखी होगी, और नहीं देखी होगी तो कम से कम पाकिस्तान वालों से पूछ लेना चाहिए कि ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल की ताकत क्या है।
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired 2-hour-long high-level meeting at his residence with the top defense establishment. Well, after India and Pakistan agreed to a mutual understanding to pause air, sea and land attacks, Pakistan violated the agreement. Late in the evening, Pakistan launched artillery shelling and drone activity. It was reported along the international border and the LOC in multiple locations. India, though, responded swiftly and decisively, neutralizing the threat. Our forces currently monitoring the situation have been instructed to respond strongly to Pakistan's provocation.
For the last few hours. There have been repeated violations of the understanding arrived at earlier this evening between the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan. This is a breach of the understanding arrived at earlier today. The armed forces are giving an adequate and appropriate response to these violations, and we take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations and deal with the situation with seriousness and responsibility. The armed forces are maintaining a strong vigil on the situation. They have been given instructions to deal strongly with any instances of a repetition of the violations of the borders along the international border as well as the line of control.
And by early morning, the situation had returned to normal with no overnight shelling reported from the Pakistan side. In areas like Amritsar, the red alert was lifted. After yesterday's blackout and ceasefire violation, the situation seems to be returning to normal. People are once again seen on the streets across various locations. Well, our teams were assessing the situation on the ground. Take a look.
In Gurdaspur, the situation is returning to normal. Behind me is the Parshuram crossroad, and you can see there is a lot of activity in and around the crossroad, a vehicular movement, tempos and buses ferrying passengers to and fro, and all the shops are opening. Life is continuing as usual, though a bit slowly in terms of coming back to normalcy. It will take a day or two. Lots of people around here.
सीज़फायर अच्छी बात है क्योंकि इंडिया ने तो कभी स्टार्ट किया ही नहीं है, हमेशा उस तरफ से पहल हुई है, बट इस टाइम जो मोदी जी ने किया दैट इज वेल एंड गुड, और सीज़फायर भी हो गया, ये बहुत अच्छी बात है. थैंक यू.
Thank you very much. Very well said, and that was a consolidated resolve of the country. I crisscrossed many villages and areas, and everybody was saying that India needs to really stand firm against terrorism, and Pakistan needs to kneel down on that, and there should be no compromise, and Pakistan should be taught a lesson. And that's why you see there was a lot of patience. People were waiting, and now since there's an announcement of ceasefire, they're happy about it. With video journalist Deepak Bhesh, this is Mosmi Singh in in Gurdaspur for India Today.
Residents of Rajouri are picking up their lives right again. Look at this. People out here on the streets once again opening up the shops. What we're trying to show to you, the devastation here, but this is the resilience of the people, because remember, they have seen a lot in the past few days. Tense times, sleepless nights. We'll just try and get you a sense. This shop has just been opened. Sir, आप ये बताइए, एक बार फिर दुकान खोली है, जिंदगी पटरी पर आ रही है, क्योंकि नुकसान हुआ, हम देख रहे हैं कि शीशे वगैरह टूटे हुए हैं, और लेकिन यहाँ पे हम देख रहे हैं कि आप लोग पूरी तरह से कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि चीजें वापस पटरी पर आएं.
देखो, हर बंदे की यही कोशिश होती है कि वापस पटरी पे आए, क्योंकि रोजी रोटी रोजगार हर बंदे का यहीं से स्टार्ट होता है, और खाना क्या करना क्या है, और कोशिश करेंगे कि इसको दोबारा से इंस्टॉलमेंट करें, तैयार करवाएं और चलाएं काम अपना.
अच्छा, so let's just try and get more people. Sir, सीज़फायर को वेलकम करते हैं आप?
वेलकम तो करना ही है, और क्या वेलकम तो करना हमने. हम थोड़े जोड़ रहे कि जंगी हो तो फर्स्ट क्लास उम्र रह रहे थे, कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा नहीं है हमारा, यहाँ तो कुछ है नहीं है मसला. तो ये अगर सीज़फायर हो गया तो अच्छी बात है. उसमें तो
काफी रजौरी में नुकसान भी हुआ है, जाने भी गए हैं
बहुत. अभी मैं ऊपर से आ रहा हूँ, यहाँ ये ऊपर एक रेडी वाले, ऊपर वाले रेडी वाले भी जो ठीक है, नीचे वाले भी ठीक है, बीच में से सिलेंडर सारा सामान उसका बेचारा गरीब आदमी था उठा के ले गया. ये हालत है यहाँ.
See the number of people who've been going around, and this is also an indication that people are now trying. Look at that lady out there. She's back in her residence, and this is where what we can tell you is the resilience that people have shown here. This is where what we can tell you that eventually there would be life back on track.
Ceasefire has been announced between India and Pakistan. We are at India-Pakistan border where situation still remain tensed. My camera person Satya will show you the visuals of the area. You can see India-Pakistan border is just 1 kilometer from where we are standing, and Lahore, which comes in Pakistan, it is only 23 kilometers. But you can see there are no tourists here. On any other day, this was a very buzzing place. Tourists not only from India, from around the world used to come here for the Atara Wagha border ceremony. But as you can see, most of the shops are still closed. And even though shops are open, there are no tourists on these shops. On any other day, it was a very buzzing place. But now you can see the security here is still tightened. You can see the BSF Jawans here. There is a barricading. No one is allowed here. And remember, this is a place where it's very sensitive, because what we have seen in past is that this is a border which was completely secured by the armed forces. And why? Because Pakistan is just stone throw away from this place. So the people here, the residents here, are hoping that the situation will come back to its normal place. But as far as security forces are concerned, they do not want to trust Pakistan as of now, because history has taught us that do not trust Pakistan. So situation remains tense, but the locals, they hope that it will come back to normal very soon. With camera person Satya, this is Munish Pandey from India-Pakistan border for India Today.
Just couple of minutes, forward from this area, there is a line of control, the bordering area, international borders. And last night, of course, there have been some ceasefire violations by the Pakistan. But as we see now, the normalcy is restoring. The people have started getting back to the life, and that's why exactly we are sitting here on this panchayat in Chaupal in Aknoor, in this village. The activity has resumed. People have started going back to their farms. Of course, not all the offices are open. The blackout still was observed last night, and since it's a process, the restoration of normalcy process takes a time. What is biggest concern for the people is that there is a faith, there is a lack of faith on Pakistan, and which is, of course, Pakistan is an adversary and enemy nation, and these people have been suffering about ceasefire violations. And even after the announcement, the Pakistan did not kept its word. Late night, the kind of incidents that happened. So there is a sense of concern among these villagers. But for now, the life, मुझे लग रहा है कि चीजें ठीक हो रही हैं, लोग घरों से निकले हैं, आज आप लोग बैठ पा रहे हैं. कुछ बेहतर हुआ है आज सुबह अगर हम देखें तो?
हाँ, थोड़ा बहुत बेहतर हुआ है, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है. तो थोड़ा सा ऐसा किया कि जो मोदी साहब ने फैसला ले लिया, इनको क्या करना था, थोड़ा सा सबको सिखाना था. हाँ, हमको क्या होता है, कोई
आप लोग ऑफिस जाना, काम पे जाना शुरू किया कि नहीं आप लोग?
हाँ, थोड़ा काम जाना शुरू कर दिया, और 3 दिन से तो हम घर में ही बैठे हुए थे.
3 दिन?
हाँ जी, 3
दिन बाद कैसा लग रहा है खुला आसमान?
तो लग रहा है कि बाहर आके कुछ लग रहा है कि काम जाम करेंगे, कुछ ऑफिस जाएंगे, कोई कुछ सामान लेंगे खाने के लिए, कुछ करेंगे. 3 दिन से घर में बैठे हुए.
That's what, when the people see this kind of tension escalation, it is not just a simple conflict or the escalation. They have been facing literally bullets and shells in this area, and imagine the people who are literally confined in bunkers for 3 days.
We are in the city of Amritsar. It's the same city which has seen a lot of tension day before yesterday when the Pakistan did misadventure and fired drones around this, which was shot down by the Indian troops. But now the ceasefire has happened, and Amritsar administration has also flashed a message that everything is normal, the red alert is over. So you can see around me, the people are out in the street, enjoying their morning breakfast, enjoying their morning tea, and these are the scenes in Amritsar, which is a big breather for them. And we'll talk to the people here who have come here in the morning that what this morning means to them.
माहौल से तो खुश हैं, लेकिन ये जो हुआ है वो गलत हुआ है. मैं तब खुश था जब सीज़फायर हुआ था. सीज़फायर हुआ था कि सब काम चलेंगे सबके.
देखिए, सभी लोग यही चाहते थे कि अमन शांति बनी रहे, और इसलिए अब नया नोटिस आया है 8:15 बजे के अमन शांति मतलब सीज़फायर हो गया है. तो इसीलिए तो सब लोग खुशी की लहर दौड़ गई है सभी में.
The Amritsar administration also flashing messages that the red alert is over. So you can see people out here. From Amritsar with camera person Chandi's Haseem Basi, India Today.
Meanwhile, a ceasefire in place between India and Pakistan, but not before India publicly exposed Islamabad's dangerous deception. Using civilian flights as cover for military attacks, Pakistan has violated global aviation norms, putting countless lives at risk. More on this report.
As tensions between India and Pakistan continue to mount, New Delhi has made a chilling accusation. India claims that Pakistan is endangering the lives of its own citizens by using civilian airliners as human shields, flying them dangerously close to conflict zones. Tensions between India and Pakistan have reached a boiling point, and now India is accusing Islamabad of crossing a dangerous new line, using civilian aircraft as cover while launching drone attacks. Colonel Sophia Qureshi of the Indian Army said on Friday that while India has shut down air traffic near its western borders, Pakistan continues to operate commercial flights near active military zones. India even showed screenshots from flight tracking data proving that Pakistani civilian airliners were flying dangerously close to conflict airspace during active alerts. An act New Delhi claims is intended to shield military activity behind civilian lives.
7 मई 2025 को रात 8:30 बजे एक असफल अकारण ड्रोन और मिसाइल हमला करने के बावजूद पाकिस्तान ने अपना नागरिक हवाई क्षेत्र बंद नहीं किया। पाकिस्तान अपने नागरिक विमानों को ढाल के रूप में इस्तेमाल कर रहा है, जबकि उसे अच्छी तरह से पता है कि भारत पर उसके हमले से हवाई रक्षा की तीव्र प्रतिक्रिया होगी। यह भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के पास उड़ान भरने वाले अंतर्राष्ट्रीय उड़ानों सहित नागरिक विमानों के लिए सुरक्षित नहीं है।
India also revealed that over 300 drone incursions were detected between Leh in Ladakh and Sir Creek in Gujarat in a single night. According to Indian officials, these drones were attempting to spy on military installations.
Pakistan last night.
Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said Pakistan's denial of these attacks was proof of duplicity, adding that Pakistan has a history of lying about military provocations. Indian Air Force officials confirmed the wreckage of these drones has been sent for forensic analysis. Initial findings suggest the drones were of Turkish origin, highlighting growing military ties between Pakistan, Turkey and China.
Along the international border and line of control, drone intrusions were attempted from Leh to Sir Creek at 36 locations with approximately 300 to 400 drones. Indian Armed Forces brought down a number of these drones using kinetic and non-kinetic means. The possible purpose of these large-scale aerial intrusions were to test the AD systems and gather intelligence.
Meanwhile, Islamabad's refusal to ground civil aviation despite launching unprovoked drone and missile attacks on May 7 has sparked international concern. India warned that unsuspecting international flights were also at risk during heightened alert periods. All of this comes in the wake of Operation Sindoor. India's retaliatory response to the April 22nd Pahalgam massacre, where 26 civilians were killed by terrorists allegedly supported by Pakistan. With Saurav Sinha, Bureau Report, India Today Global.
In hours after India and Pakistan ceasefire took place, US was lauded, calling this event historic. The US State Department credited a beautiful partnership, quote-unquote, for ceasefire between India and Pakistan. However, what came as a surprise was US President Trump's Kashmir mediation pitch. In a statement, US spokesperson Tammy Bruce said a ceasefire deal was reached after several conversations between Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Vice President of America J.D. Vance. The State Department spokesperson further credited President Donald Trump's vision and insight. Trump said that he was looking forward to working with both countries to reach a solution on the Kashmir issue after 1,000 years. Trump also expressed his gratitude to the leaders of both countries, calling it a wise decision to stop the aggression that could have led to death and destruction of lives. Meanwhile, China said it supports India-Pakistan ceasefire. China also said it condemns Pahalgam attack and opposes all forms of terrorism.
You know what it is? It was a beautiful partnership. This was the result of
the Vice President, J.D. Vance, of course, this entire government moving through the vision and implementing the insight and vision of President Trump, along with, of course, my guy, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. It's been a long 48 hours, but this is the point of what we do. Multiple phone calls, as the Secretary's noted on his own X account, multiple phone calls at multiple levels with each government were had, certainly with the prime ministers, over this period of time, back and forth conversations, and both, again, J.D. Vance, our Vice President, and the Secretary of State, clearly making a difference for what clearly is a generational issue between Pakistan and India. So the beautiful thing is that there is a ceasefire that now exists, and we look forward to hopefully managing more conversations and having this endure.
That's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, we're getting you a lowdown on the history of the hostilities between India and Pakistan over the last year. In fact, 50 to 70 years. Also, we've been at war several times, not just once. That story and that special report on the other side.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi chairs crucial huddle in his residence with tri-services chiefs. Trump offers to mediate on Kashmir. Opposition questions US brokered ceasefire.
India Today World Exclusive. 2010 India Today Inside Muridke.
A safe haven for terrorists. Pakistan uses terror as part of state policy.
2025 Muridke terror hubs wiped out.
Big story coming in. Muridke has been targeted. Oh my God, the terror epicenter has been targeted. Information just coming in. Indian missiles have struck the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters. Muridke has been bombed. It's a big, big story. This is India's Operation Sindoor.
The line of clarity with Gaurav Sawant. Only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com.
Hello and welcome. You've tuned in to India Today Television. This is our special broadcast, Guns and Glory. I'm Sneha Mordani. On the show today, we will delve deep into India-Pakistan conflict and the tensions which have intensified and how, after the horrific Pahalgam attack on the 22nd of April, in which Pakistan-sponsored terrorists massacred innocent Hindu tourists, prompting a response, a sharp one at that, from India. The fact is that India-Pakistan conflict has intensified into perhaps the most expansive one in decades. This conflict has rapidly escalated since airstrikes by India, which hit targets in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, an operation aptly named Operation Sindoor. The combat has widened and intensified. It's a new kind of battle for the two old enemies, though. India and Pakistan had become separate countries in 1947, have fought 3 wars with disputes over Kashmir, a part of each one. The 1965 war between India and Pakistan was actually the second conflict between the two countries over the status of the state of Jammu and Kashmir. The clash did not resolve this dispute, but it did engage the United States and the Soviet Union in ways that would have important implications for subsequent superpower involvement in the region. Here's more.
Desert Hawk started in January 1965, with Pakistan claiming the Rann of Kutch in Gujarat as Pakistani territory. By April, the armies of India and Pakistan were involved in a full battle over the control of the old Kanjarkot fort. It was in this battle that Pakistan tested their newly acquired Patton tanks from the US. Both sides suffered losses, till a ceasefire was mediated by the British Prime Minister, Harold Wilson, which took effect on April the 29th. But Pakistan's hostility, both along the international border and the ceasefire line, continued unabated. On August 13th, Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri finally issued a stern warning to Pakistan in a radio broadcast, saying, "Force will be met with force."
तो एक सरकार के नाते हमारा क्या जवाब हो सकता है सिवाय इसके कि हम हथियारों का जवाब हथियारों से दें।
In August, the Indian Army began taking possession of mountain passes in Kargil, Uri, and Titwal areas, through which Pakistan was pushing its invaders. On August 25th, the Indian Army launched an operation to take the most important Haji Pir Pass. The Pakistanis were completely surprised. They left their weapons and ran down the hill to escape. By 10:30 a.m. on August 28, one para had captured the pass. At 3:45 a.m., Pakistan began shelling Indian Army positions in Cham. Then, 70 tanks and 2 Pakistani brigades rolled over the international border. The Pakistani objective was Akhnur Bridge over the river Chenab to cut off supply lines between Punjab and Kashmir. The bridge connected Jammu with Rajouri and Poonch, and to the east lay the bigger target of the Jammu-Srinagar highway. At 5:19 p.m. on 1st September, Indian Air Force vampires from Pathankot Air Force Base began taking off to reinforce India's defense. In Pakistan, even as his troops and armor were invading India, Ayub Khan declared in a radio broadcast that the threat of war in Kashmir was being forced on them. भारतीय हुक्मरान शुरू से पाकिस्तान की वजूद से नफरत करते रहे हैं।
और मुसलमानों की इबादा आजाद ममलिकत को उन्होंने कभी दिल से तस्लीम ही नहीं किया।
Over the next 4 days, Pakistan continued with its offensive inside India. Indian army units, though outnumbered and outgunned, put up a brave fight. The Indian Air Force kept harassing the Pakistani forward positions from the air. General Chaudhry sought permission to launch Operation Riddle, but that meant an invasion of Pakistan. Lal Bahadur Shastri's reply was cryptic: cross it. Before dawn on 6th September, India launched a three-pronged offensive against Lahore along an 80-kilometer front. From the northeast across the river Ravi, along the Amritsar-Lahore road at Wagha, and from the southeast, attacking the Pakistani town of Kasur. 2 days later, on September 8th, India opened another front targeting Sialkot, 24 kilometers across the border. Pakistan's Pride, the 1st Armored Division, pushed its offensive towards Khemkaran with the intention of capturing Amritsar and controlling the bridge over River Beas that led to Jalandhar. By 10th September, the Indian Army had fortified the area and was poised to meet the attack. In the Sialkot sector, tank battles raged for 12 days between India and Pakistan, which no one won. The Soviet Union brokered a ceasefire in Tashkent, where Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri and Pakistani President Ayub Khan met over 6 days to thrash out an agreement. At the Senate House in Uzbekistan on 10th of January 1966, at 4:30 p.m., the Tashkent Declaration was signed to usher an era of peace between India and Pakistan.
The war in the year 1971 was a conflict in the first half of December of the same year that led to the creation of Bangladesh. The war was rooted in the Bangladesh Liberation Movement, which opposed Pakistani rule in East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, with the goal of creating an independent country. Following the Pakistani military's crackdown on Bangladeshi nationalists earlier that year, the local population launched an armed resistance that sparked what became the Bangladesh Liberation War. India initially supported the Liberation War by providing training and later intervened militarily in East Pakistan, where most of the battles occurred. Here's more.
In 1971, when the monsoons hit East Pakistan, all plans for offensive action on the ground were halted. The rivers of Bengal were in spate, and at places they were flowing 5 to 6 kilometers wide. Every drain, rivulet and field was overflowing. But still, the preparations for battle continued at breakneck speed on both sides because war had become inevitable. On December 3rd, 1971, at 5:45 p.m., Pakistan launched preemptive airstrikes on forward Indian air bases. Srinagar, Avantipur, Pathankot, Uttar, Jodhpur, Ambala and Agra. India and Pakistan were once again at war, an incredible third time in less than 25 years.
Pakistan launched a full...
In a radio broadcast shortly before midnight, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi addressed the nation.
Bangladesh has become a war on India.
Taking advantage of the full moon on the night of December 3rd, 1971, a second wave of Pakistan Air Force came bombing and strafing the Indian airfields. The Indian Air Force retaliated fiercely. While the Pakistani planes were still on their way back, Canberra bombers from Agra took off to bomb Pakistani targets. The IAF attacked Chanderi, Shorkot, Sargoda, Muri, Mianwali, Masroor near Karachi, Risalwala in Rawalpindi, and Changamanga in Lahore. The IAF relentlessly mounted an ever-increasing number of sorties over both West and East Pakistan. In mid-November 1971, to stop the atrocities of the East Pakistan Army in the region, the 14 Punjab Battalion moved to occupy the village. They were supported by air, artillery, and a tank squadron with 14 PT-76 tanks. To evict the Indians, East Pakistan's 107 Infantry Brigade launched a massive attack on the night of November 21st. The plan to strike Karachi had been plotted in detail and well in advance. It was already night when war was declared on the 3rd, and the Indian attack took place on the 4th. 3 missile boats were towed to a point south of Karachi harbour from where they were to launch their attack.
The orders were that once we are 60 miles south of Karachi, at that time the missile boats will enter that zone and carry out the attack.
Operation Trident began on the afternoon of 4th December, when 3 missile boats, named the Killer Squadron, began their northward run towards Karachi. As Karachi burned, the Indian Navy broke radio silence to transmit just one word: Angar. The code word to tell Naval Headquarters that Operation Trident had been carried out successfully. On the night of 8th December 1971, the Indian Navy hit Karachi once again. At 11 p.m. Pakistan time, 12 miles out at sea, INS Vinash fired her entire load of 4 Styx missiles at Karachi. In the meantime, the Indian Air Force had also joined the party and started bombing targets in and around Karachi. In their panic and confusion, the defenders of Karachi fired on a Greek vessel, Zoe, sinking it in Karachi harbour. It was Pakistan that officially began the war, but once it saw that the tables had turned, it desperately wanted the international community to intervene, to force India to the negotiating table. So India needed quick and decisive results. Commanders of the Indian Army were given 15 days to take Dhaka. From October 1971 onwards, the BSF were ordered to dominate the border and establish bridgeheads from where the Indian offensive would be launched when the time came. From the 3rd of December onwards, the Indian Army began its swoop into East Pakistan through multiple thrust points. From the east, through Tripura, 4 corps hammered through the outer crust of Pakistani defense and moved into the heartland of East Pakistan. An improvised force named Kilo Force struck in a southern direction. Their objective was to take Chittagong. From the south, an amphibious thrust went for Cox's Bazar to cut off an escape route for the Pakistani army through Burma. On 11th December, a para-battalion was airdropped at Tangel, near Dhaka, in daylight. The Pakistani army in the eastern sector was about 100,000 strong, and they had ammunition and supplies to carry on the war for many more days. But early on the 14th of December, the Mukti Bahini relayed intelligence about an important meeting scheduled in the governor's house that very morning. 4 MiG-21s from the number 28 Squadron from Guwahati were tasked with attacking the governor's house.
This information was kept strictly on the basis of need to know. So these pilots got airborne from there, and since adequate maps were not available of that area, the exact position of the governor's house was located from a tourist map.
The governor was so traumatized that he resigned right then and there and rushed to the Intercontinental Hotel to seek shelter under the UN flag. From that moment on, the Pakistani civil administration in the east ceased to exist.
Amid rising tensions between India and Pakistan, the month of May also marks the beginning of the Kargil War in 1999. That was one of the deadliest battles fought between the two nuclear-armed nations. While both India and Pakistan had tested nuclear weapons a year earlier, the hostile neighbors in 1999 signed the Lahore Agreement to prevent a war. But in spite of that, Indian Army soldiers were tipped off in first week of May by some local shepherds of suspicious activity in the Indian side, which also included the Kargil region. The armed men included both terrorists and Pakistani soldiers. Under Operation Badra, the infiltrators wanted to force their way and capture Kargil as part of a larger plan to claim Kashmir. The Indian Army hit back at the Pakistani side by launching Operation Vijay and reclaimed the infiltrated regions. The Indian Air Force also aided the army alongside, and their operation was named Operation Safed Sagar.
The Kargil district of Jammu and Kashmir, the winter is long and harsh, and the summer short and dry. In summer, temperatures can go up to 30 degrees Celsius. In winter, they can plummet to -35. Along the entire western border of the district runs the disputed LOC, the line of control that divides Kashmir between India and Pakistan. The contours of the line of control are maintained by the armies of both the countries, who man bunkers and posts along the demarcation. But in this desolate landscape, there existed an unwritten understanding. In the cold harshness of winter, the armies would climb down from the highest of their posts and leave them unattended till the summer. This understanding ended in 1999, when 4 Pakistani generals put into motion a simple but devious plan to destabilize the status quo. From Rawalpindi Army Headquarters, a secret order went out. Occupy the bunkers and posts in the Dras Kargil sector that the Indian Army had vacated in the winter of 1998-99. Unknown to Vajpayee, and possibly even to Nawaz Sharif, as India and Pakistan were announcing to the world the beginning of a new era in Indo-Pakistan relationship. Pakistan's Northern Light Infantry had already occupied 132 Indian posts and controlled an area of about 130 square kilometers that stretched over a 100-kilometer front with depths ranging between 7 to 15 kilometers inside Indian territory. And yet, during this period, on March 21st, 1999, Prime Ministers Vajpayee and Sharif signed the Lahore Declaration. This was no ordinary infiltration, but a full-scale occupation. And the Indian Army needed to retake those positions with force. The ferocity of the Indian artillery response was unprecedented. No single piece of artillery proved more valuable in the assault than the Bofors FH-77B 155mm howitzer. Its long-range, heavy-caliber shells easily destroyed flimsy enemy bunkers. The Bofors guns, which had a range of 24 kilometers at sea level, were found capable of firing beyond the 40-kilometer mark in the rarefied atmosphere of Kargil. The Indian Army deployed 130 Bofors guns. India's 56th Mountain Brigade was deployed to the Dras sector in the second half of May. The attacks began on 22nd May. That's when the 18 Grenadiers and the 1 Naga discovered that the Pakistani positions were extremely well defended. Movement was slow, the Indians had to crawl up rocky cliffs under intense fire. After a week of inching forward, the twin assaults were halted by very heavy Pakistani fire. But the Indian Army quickly retooled its approach to face the rigorous challenges of a high-altitude war. On the night of June 12th, 20 artillery batteries, consisting of 120 guns, began a continuous 6-hour barrage aimed at Pakistani positions on the cliff tops. The 18 grenadiers, who were stuck midway up the ridge, set up their own barrage. Under the cover of this tremendous cannonade, the two Rajrif moved towards Taloling Peak along both the chosen axes. The big guns kept firing till the Indian attackers were a mere 200 meters from their objective. When they suddenly fell silent, the Rajrif soldiers, supported by fires from the 18 grenadiers, decimated the Northern Light Infantry and took possession of Taloling Top. As the Indian Army and Air Force began operations in Kargil, the chief of the Pakistani Army, General Pervez Musharraf, went on an official visit to China. Between May 26th and May 29th, 1999, he had several conversations over the phone with his trusted Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Mohammad Aziz. In one of them, General Aziz reported about a meeting chaired by Nawaz Sharif, at which the chiefs of the Pakistan Air Force and Navy complained to Sharif that Musharraf had kept them in the dark about the invasion of the Kargil heights.
इस सारे ऑपरेशन की कामयाबी की बुनियादी वजह यही है कि उन्होंने लोगों को नहीं बताया। अगर ये बताया जाता तो हमारा तजर्बा ये कहता है जैसे पहले सारी कोशिशें नाकाम होती रही ये भी नाकाम हो जाती।
This telephone conversation was intercepted by RAW, India's intelligence agency, and made public. The government of Atal Bihari Vajpayee effectively used the media to convey to the world the level of duplicity that Pakistan was practicing. The final assault to capture Point 5140 began from different directions. 3 battalions, 1 each from the Garhwal Rifles, Jammu and Kashmir Rifles, and the Naga Regiment were given the task of evicting the Pakistanis. Captain Vikram Batra of the 13 JAK Rifles and his Delta Company were among those tasked with recapturing Point 5140. Nicknamed Sher Shah for his unstinting courage, Captain Batra decided to attack from the rear to surprise the enemy. The Prime Minister of Pakistan, Nawaz Sharif, had been trying to get America to come out in support. The Pakistan Foreign Ministry kept up a constant litany of how India was violating the sanctity of the LOC.
In my lifetime.
But on June 15th, President Bill Clinton urged Nawaz Sharif to pull his troops out of Kargil. In the same statement, President Clinton praised India's restraint in keeping the war localized. India had captured Point 4460 in late May, and this provided a base to direct fire onto Tiger Hill. India continued pounding the forward slopes of Tiger Hill and the ridge, with as many as 1,200 rounds exploding every 5 minutes. The Indian Army found an undefended flank on the east, and through this, they launched their attack on Tiger Hilltop. At the same time, a small raiding party penetrated Pakistan's line of defense on the western ridge. The Pakistani forces had been split in two. They desperately tried to counterattack to join their lines. On July 8th, facing near certain defeat, the NLI abandoned Tiger Hill, leaving all their dead behind. By July 11th, the remaining units of the Northern Light Infantry began pulling back across the LOC as Indian bombardment continued. And Indian troops recaptured key peaks in the Batalik sector. India set a deadline of July 16th for all Pakistanis to return to their side of the line of control. On July the 12th, Nawaz Sharif went on television to explain to his people why Pakistan was retreating from Kargil. The war in Kargil officially ended on 26 July, but it had far-reaching consequences for the future.
For a generation that hasn't seen war, this is the closest that they would perhaps come to see the deep-rooted hostilities between both the nations, India and Pakistan. It's been 26 years since the Kargil war ended. What really hasn't ended is Pakistan's treachery. The uncertainty around the current escalation continues. Both sides are closer to a major conflict than they have been in years, perhaps in decades. But India has a message loud and clear. You started it, but we will be the ones to end it.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi chairs crucial huddle in his residence with tri-services chiefs. Trump offers to mediate on Kashmir. Opposition questions US brokered ceasefire, demands special parliament session.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Anjali Istwal. Welcome to India Today. We've been bringing you all that's happening at the borders and across the country related to the Indo-Pak tensions. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. Rajnath Singh lauds Operation Sindoor, says India entered Pakistan and attacked its bases, says gave befitting reply to Pak's terror.
यह नया भारत है जो आतंक के खिलाफ सरहद के इस पार और उस पार दोनों तरफ प्रभावी कार्रवाई करेगा। यह हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट रूप से यह संदेश दे दिया।
Indian Air Force says operation still underway. Prime Minister Modi chairs a crucial huddle in his residence with tri-services chiefs. DGMO level meets between India and Pakistan tomorrow at 12 noon. Hours after India agreed to a ceasefire, that is an understanding, not an agreement, Pakistan violated truce in multiple locations. India retaliated by shooting down Pakistani drones. Normalcy prevails in Amritsar, Jaisalmer, Srinagar after late evening ceasefire violations and tense calm overnight. Red alert ends, locals out on the streets early Sunday morning. US President offers to mediate on Kashmir issue, says we'll see if there can be Kashmir solution after 1,000 years. We begin this bulletin with the big breaking news coming in right now. Day after strikes on Pakistani bases, the defense minister of our country, Rajnath Singh, has hailed the Brahmos missile. The missile that is said to have impacted the terror bases of Jaish-e-Mohammed. And he has called it a message that has been sent to Pakistan and the terrorists over there and its army. And he has said that Brahmos carries that message. India's Brahmos missile has hit Jaish headquarters, and now it has been confirmed that Brahmos was used in Operation Sindoor.
सशस्त्र बलों के लिए प्रथम पसंदीदा हथियार बन गई है। यह यूनिवर्सल मिसाइल आधुनिक युद्ध क्षेत्र में बहुभूमिका, बहुलक्ष्य और बहु प्लेटफॉर्म लॉन्च क्षमताओं के साथ एक प्रमुख फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर के रूप में स्थापित हो चुकी है। भारत और रूस की सर्वश्रेष्ठ तकनीकी क्षमताओं का उपयोग करते हुए ब्रह्मोस एरोस्पेस ने दुनिया में सबसे कम समय में एक अद्वितीय उत्पाद तैयार किया है। 12 जून 2001 को अपनी पहली सफल लॉन्चिंग के बाद से ब्रह्मोस ने विभिन्न प्लेटफॉर्मों से अलग-अलग परिदृश्यों में 100 से अधिक परीक्षणों का विश्व स्तरीय रिकॉर्ड बनाया है, जिसमें इसकी सफलता दर सर्वोच्च रही है और इसकी श्रेष्ठता प्रमाणित हुई है।
साथियों, हर भारतीय को गर्व होता है जब वो सुनता है कि भारत में बनी ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल अपनी कैटेगरी में सबसे घातक और सबसे आधुनिक मानी जाती है। कई देशों के लिए ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल उनकी पसंदीदा चॉइस बनकर उभरी है।
ब्रह्मोस एरोस्पेस रक्षा स्वदेशीकरण के महत्वाकांक्षी मेक इन इंडिया कार्यक्रम का सच्चा ध्वजवाहक है। डिजाइन इन इंडिया, मेक इन इंडिया और मेक फॉर इंडिया प्रयासों के माध्यम से इस संयुक्त उद्यम ने 200 से अधिक घरेलू, सार्वजनिक और निजी रक्षा उद्योगों, संस्थानों और संगठनों को शामिल करते हुए एक मजबूत मिसाइल औद्योगिक कंसोर्टियम की स्थापना की है, जो ब्रह्मोस उत्पादन और स्वदेशीकरण कार्यक्रम के विभिन्न पहलुओं में समर्पित रूप से लगे हुए हैं।
रक्षा मंत्रालय का एक विभाग है DRDO, उसके द्वारा यह तय किया है हम लोगों ने। मिसाइल का नाम तो सुना होगा, बड़ी खतरनाक चीज होती है। कभी कोई कल्पना नहीं करता था कि उत्तर प्रदेश में मिसाइल बने। बहनों भाइयों, उत्तर प्रदेश में इसी लखनऊ के पास में ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल बनेगी।
आज रक्षा क्षेत्र की आत्मनिर्भरता हम सबके सामने है और भारत की ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल का केंद्र भी लखनऊ हो चुका है। यहाँ पर बनने वाली मिसाइल जब भारत की सीमाओं पर उड़ती है तो दुश्मन के चक्के छोड़ते हैं।
We have expanded and expedited our overall production and integration capacity. The dedicated Brahmos Manufacturing Center being set up in Lucknow as a part of the UP Defence Industrial Corridor will be a major addition to the existing Brahmos production facilities across the country. Lucknow unit will expedite the production, integration and assembly of Brahmos systems to meet the growing demand for the missiles both in the national and international sphere.
हम शांति का वह हथियार बनाते हैं जो भारत को गर्वित करता है। जय हिंद।
And now we are joined by Shivani Sharma from Uri sector to talk about this with us. Shivani, we would like to know what's the situation there on the ground. You know, what's happening in Delhi, we all know the meetings, the huddles, but what's happening in ground zero? Because there are civilians living in the LOC sector and there are many who had to go back to the shelters.
Anjali, the situation is under vigil. People want to go back to their homes. The ones who had vacated their homes and they were evacuated to safe places, now they want to return to home. But the administration suggests that you should wait and watch for some time because the kind of mistrust Pakistan brought last evening, even after the ceasefire was announced. So the civilians should not be harmed. That's the priority of the administration. So we met a lot of people who wanted to return to their houses, but they were stopped midway on the Baramulla-Uri highway. And the other reason is also that, Anjali, there are many unexploded, there can be unexploded missiles, shells out there, I'm sorry. So those shells need to be neutralized. The places need to be sanitized before people are allowed to go back to their houses. So there is a calm as it comes to the firing. There is no firing happening. There is no violation of ceasefire as of now through the night. That's what we also reported from multiple regions across the western sector. But yes, the restoration might take some time because there also is an added factor of uncertainty from Pakistan.
Right, but there is a message of calm and confidence that is being sent by the Defence Minister. Do stay on with us, Shivani, and let us tell you how. It is because of the Brahmos and also the fact that Brahmos was used. Now, the UP Chief Minister today confirmed the use of the Brahmos missile in targeting terror bases inside Pakistan. His statement aligns with mounting evidence that suggests of the missile deployment. A Brahmos booster and a cap were recovered near the Pakistan border, strongly indicating its use in a cross-border strike. Now, the missile fragments that were found near Bikaner suggest it was launched from the Indian territory towards a high-value target. Intelligence sources believe that the Brahmos was used to hit the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur, Pakistan. Pakistan, despite claiming high alert defensive posture, has once again failed to intercept the Brahmos missile, underlining the missile's effectiveness and the Indian military's ability to strike high-value targets with minimal risk. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh lauded the Indian Armed Forces, who not only successfully crushed Pakistan's terror outfits in Operation Sindoor, but also caused major damages to its military infrastructure across cities.
जिन भारत विरोधी और आतंकी संगठनों ने भारत माता के मस्तक पर हमला करके कई परिवारों के सिंदूर मिटाए थे, उन्हें भारतीय सेना ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से इंसाफ दिलाने का काम किया है। और इसके लिए आज सारा देश भारतीय सेनाओं का अभिनंदन कर रहा है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सिर्फ एक सैन्य कार्रवाई भर नहीं है, बल्कि भारत की राजनीतिक, सामाजिक और सामरिक इच्छा शक्ति का प्रतीक है। यह ऑपरेशन आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति का और सैन्य शक्ति की क्षमता और संकल्प शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन है। हमने दिखाया है, भारत आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जब भी कोई कार्रवाई करेगा तो आतंकवादियों और उनके आकाओं के लिए सरहद पार की जमीन भी सुरक्षित नहीं रहेगी। भारतीय सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को पाकिस्तान में मौजूद आतंकी ढांचा ढहाने के उद्देश्य से लॉन्च किया था। हमने उनके आम नागरिकों को कभी निशाना नहीं बनाया था, मगर पाकिस्तान ने न केवल भारत के नागरिक इलाकों को निशाना बनाया, बल्कि मंदिर, गुरुद्वारा, गिरजाघर पर भी हमले करने का प्रयास किया। भारतीय सेना ने शौर्य और पराक्रम के साथ साथ संयम का भी परिचय देते हुए पाकिस्तान के अन्य ठिकानों पर भी प्रहार करके करारा जवाब दिया है। हमने केवल सीमा से सटे सैन्य ठिकानों पर ही नहीं कार्रवाई की, बल्कि भारत की सेनाओं की धमक उस रावलपिंडी तक सुनी गई जहां पाकिस्तानी फौज का हेडक्वार्टर मौजूद है। मित्रों, भारत में आतंकवादी घटनाएं करने और कराने का क्या अंजाम होता है, यह पूरे विश्व ने उरी की घटना के बाद देखा, जब हमारी सेना ने पाकिस्तान में घुसकर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की, पुलवामा के बाद देखा जब बालाकोट पर एयर स्ट्राइक की गई, और अब पहलगाम की घटना के बाद दुनिया देख रही है कि जब भारत ने पाकिस्तान के भीतर घुसकर मल्टीपल स्ट्राइक्स की हैं। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति पर चलते हुए हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि यह नया भारत है जो आतंक के खिलाफ सरहद के इस पार और उस पार दोनों तरफ प्रभावी कार्रवाई करेगा। यह हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट रूप से यह संदेश दे दिया है।
ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल क्या होती है, अभी आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के अंदर इस मिसाइल के पराक्रम की एक झलक देखी होगी, और नहीं देखी होगी तो कम से कम पाकिस्तान वालों से पूछ लेना चाहिए कि ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल की ताकत क्या है।
So it's clear from the two statements we heard that Brahmos is the superstar. It is the headliner of the day. And let us try and tell you what are the 7 big significances of what has happened. Firstly, India's Brahmos missile that has gone ahead and hit the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters. That area which was fortified, protected by the army and an army of terrorists. Brahmos went in there and did a precision strike. Now, Brahmos is like a Brahmastra that struck deep inside Pakistan. It's not just the LOC sectors that were hit. It was also inside, almost 80 kilometers into Pakistan, that the Brahmos, it is believed it could have gone and hit. Now, it is also a precision strike. It's not just some random missile or a random drone hovering and going, hitting something. It is a precision hit on a target which is predetermined, which was the Jaish Bahawalpur headquarters, and that's where it went and hit that headquarters and devastated it in a matter of minutes. Now, this shows that India has a firm resolve, and that resolve is to completely decimate terror, no matter where it is. And it's been resoundingly said again and again, not just by our Prime Minister, but also by our Raksha Mantri today, that not just are we going to attack the terrorists when they come into our country, but also on the other side of the border. Now, what has it proven? The 5th point, that India has the power to strike deep into Pakistan. So Pakistan cannot now just be casual about its approach towards India. It has to worry about the fact that India is going to anytime strike inside, because we have the capability. Now, Brahmos missiles' air superiority is also firmly established, because we've seen it in action now. It is now firmly proven that it is combat ready, and it has been used, and that is proof enough. Now, what is the 7th point? Well, Pakistan air defense, it was a complete failure, and this has been highlighted globally. It could not intercept the Brahmos missile that was fired from Bikaner, probably the airbase, fitted into a Sukhoi. It could not intercept it, and that shows that Pakistan's air defense is a complete failure. Now, for more on this, let's go across to my colleague Shivani Sharma. She joins us now. Shivani, Brahmos seems to be the superstar. Now we know that it is a capable missile. In fact, it's one of the fastest missiles globally. So, what would you say this is an exhibition of?
Anjali, you are right. Brahmos is the superstar. Our armed forces are the superstars. And we used to just get updates from the Brahmos and the MOD about the successful tests of these missiles. But Pakistan has actually given us an opportunity to have this operation and real-time testing of this Brahmos missile. The kind of devastation we've seen in Pakistan is quite efficient of the fact, quite clear of the fact that Brahmos is the most lethal missile. It happens to be India's pride. And this is a supersonic missile, and this version was the air-launched version that was being probably carried by the Sukhoi 30. We are waiting for the official word because we've got a message from Indian Air Force today that since the operations are still going on, we will be soon divulging more details about the weapon systems and about the specifics of this operation. But certainly we got a hint from the sources and the confirmation from the statements also that are coming in from Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh that the long-range missiles, the high-speed missiles that were, the ballistic missiles that were being used by India have caused severe damages to Pakistan, not only on their terror outfits, on the Operation Sindoor, the first strike that had happened, the nine multiple strikes, the 24 minutes of devastation for Terroristan, but also the action against Pakistan's misadventure, Anjali, where it tried to attack civilians in India with those drones that were neutralized by the robust air defense systems, and then India started hitting the air bases inside Pakistan, the Sargodha air base and in Rawalpindi and Rafiki air base. All those air bases were hit hard by these ballistic missiles, and one of them was Brahmos that has caused a lethal destruction in Pakistan, not only on the terror bases but also on the air bases that have been inflicted with heavy damages and cratered runways.
Right, absolutely. Shivani, do stay on with us and we'll try and explain to you how Pakistan was impacted by Operation Sindoor and which ammunitions or which missiles or which weapons did we use which were the superstars of this entire operation. Now, let's try and understand why is Operation Sindoor historic. Well, we have seen operations earlier also, but this one is the most significant military action within Pakistani territory in over 50 years. Well, technology has changed, world has changed, and that gives us an advantage now to go inside Pakistani territory and with ease. India's military, it struck deepest yet, and it was one of the biggest and deepest strikes yet. And what is also important is that this time it was an integrated operation that was done. It was Army, Navy and the Air Force that got together and did this joint operation. And this was not seen since 1971 war. Because in war, everybody coordinates together, they get together and then they attack the enemy. And that's exactly what we saw. The Indian Army, the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force working together. So together, they struck Pakistan and eliminated, importantly, the terrorist leadership of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. So this is really important because this is something India has been wanting to do for a very long time, but the kind of protection that they enjoy because of the Pakistani army, that used to make it impossible, but impossible is now possible. These were precision strikes and they were executed inside a nuke-armed enemy. So this is very important because that is exactly what Pakistan used to tom-tom, that we are a nuclear-armed nation. So we have a big breaking news coming in. So we'll just take a pause right now and take a look at it. Well, the big breaking news coming in right now is that India's water strike on Pakistan is turning out to be super effective. It seems that Pakistan is now parched. There is no water in Pakistan, and India's action regarding the Indus Waters treaties has led to cries for water in Pakistan. Pakistan seems to be begging for water now, and it is assumed that whenever there are military talks also held, the issue of Indus Waters will also be brought up. So the military talks will not be limited to the ceasefire and the military action, but also Indus Waters Treaty. But it is believed that sources say that India would not be budging on shutting down Indus waters. India has been taking some very decisive actions regarding the Indus Waters Treaty. And let's go across to our correspondent Kamaljeet Sandhu to know more about this. Well, Kamaljeet, it seems India won't be budging, but Pakistan would probably be requesting not just a ceasefire, but also some change of stance as far as the Indus Waters Treaty is concerned.
As far as breaking ice is concerned, remember after days of tension, what we've seen is use of drones and missiles against each other. It's time for talks on the table, and that is when both DGMOs of India and Pakistan to meet. Sources do indicate to us that Pakistan plans to mention Indus Water Treaty, which has been kept in abeyance, which means it's being suspended. And this is where DGMO level talks, which are scheduled for tomorrow, will be very important. India has always maintained that they will continue to suspend these particular Indus Water treaties, especially the ceasefire, which is an understanding, is not an agreement as such. So India has been very clear as far as the steps and measures which have been taken place. Remember, when these DGMOs do talk, they will bring up issues which is close to what they are aligned to. And that is why Indus Water Treaty is something that India is not budging on. And that is what seems problematic as far as Pakistan is concerned. The ceasefire may exist at this point of time, but there are other issues which pertain to Pakistan and their need as far as water is concerned. And this is where, remember, the data which was earlier shared by India with Pakistan, that's not available. So a whole lot of things really depend. But definitely the way what we've seen Pakistan do mischief at the borders and line of control, it is time that they do talk on the table, but also bring up issues. Remember, as far as India is concerned, talking about Constable P.K. Sahu, who's from the BSF, who has been captured by Pakistani army and the Rangers. That is also some issue that will be brought up. But at this point of time, number one priority as far as Pakistan is concerned is the Indus Water Treaty, which has been kept in abeyance, and it's unlikely that there will be any change in stance on that as far as India is concerned.
Right. Kamaljeet, we had also seen a lot of saber rattling from Pakistan when Indus Water Treaty was first kept into abeyance. But it seems now Pakistan is ready to mellow down. And now after all the action that has been taken, diplomatic and then military, it seems Pakistan has no choice but to beg for water.
Well, it's very difficult to say what is going to be done now, but yes, there have been different measures put by India, as you were rightly mentioning. There are economic, there's military, there's also the diplomatic offensive which has been launched against Pakistan. Now, these are adversaries, they are neighbors, there are problems between both of them, and especially India has been always talking about the terror safe havens which continue to be in POK and supported by the Pakistani army and the ISI. So there is going to be a problem as far as Pakistan is concerned, because remember, they're going to be parched, the summers are coming up. There is obviously, they know that India holds the buttons to the dam. So in that particular sense, they do have a requirement that they need this Indus Water Treaty. India does understand that feeling pretty well, but also they understand that there is an attempt by Pakistan to push in not just terrorists, but also non-state actors who continue to wreak havoc. So that is why what we saw was the surgical strikes, Operation Sindoor, take place. But meanwhile, as things seem to calm down now after the ceasefire violations and after all the drone attack and the missiles being sent across, there is obviously a level where there will be a communication done. And what unfolds now will be obviously trying for a bargaining chip, and that's what Pakistan is going to be best looking at. But meanwhile, how things unfold will be known in the next 24 hours or so.
Right. Thank you, Kamaljeet, for that analysis. So it's clear Indus water system is the backbone of Pakistan and its economy, and they will probably have no choice but to come to some understanding with India. Now, moving on, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired 2 hours long high-level meeting at his residence with top defence establishment after India and Pakistan agreed to a mutual understanding to pause air, sea and land attacks. Pakistan violated the agreement. Late in the evening, Pakistan launched artillery shelling and drone activity. Drone activity was reported along the international border, the IB, and the line of control, which is the LOC, in multiple locations. India responded swiftly and decisively, neutralizing the threat. Indian forces are currently monitoring the situation and have been instructed to respond strongly to Pakistan's provocation.
For the last few hours, there have been repeated violations of the understanding arrived at earlier this evening between the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan. This is a breach of the understanding arrived at earlier today. The armed forces are giving an adequate and appropriate response to these violations, and we take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations and deal with the situation with seriousness and responsibility. The armed forces are maintaining a strong vigil on the situation. They have been given instructions to deal strongly with any instances of a repetition of the violations of the borders along the international border as well as the line of control.
So now the question is, what about the ceasefire? Is the ceasefire in place? Well, it seems Pakistan had violated the ceasefire last evening, but later, after a stern warning from India, it stopped. And now the question is, what is going to happen in the meeting tomorrow? That will sort of set the tone for how India and Pakistan proceed from here. There is international pressure, as we have seen Trump tweeting about it, and there is definitely a willingness from Pakistan to talk to India, not just about military actions, but also about the waters. Now, hours after India exposed Pakistan's dirty game, revealing that Pakistan did not close its airspace on the night of May 8th and allowed civilian flights to operate despite knowing the risks, disturbing details have now emerged. Take a look.
As tensions between India and Pakistan continue to mount, New Delhi has made a chilling accusation. India claims that Pakistan is endangering the lives of its own citizens by using civilian airliners as human shields, flying them dangerously close to conflict zones. Tensions between India and Pakistan have reached a boiling point, and now India is accusing Islamabad of crossing a dangerous new line, using civilian aircraft as cover while launching drone attacks. Colonel Sophia Qureshi of the Indian Army said on Friday that while India has shut down air traffic near its western borders, Pakistan continues to operate commercial flights near active military zones. India even showed screenshots from flight tracking data proving that Pakistani civilian airliners were flying dangerously close to conflict airspace during active alerts. An act New Delhi claims is intended to shield military activity behind civilian lives.
7 मई 2025 को रात 8:30 बजे एक असफल अकारण ड्रोन और मिसाइल हमला करने के बावजूद पाकिस्तान ने अपना नागरिक हवाई क्षेत्र बंद नहीं किया। पाकिस्तान अपने नागरिक विमानों को ढाल के रूप में इस्तेमाल कर रहा है, जबकि उसे अच्छी तरह से पता है कि भारत पर उसके हमले से हवाई रक्षा की तीव्र प्रतिक्रिया होगी। यह भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के पास उड़ान भरने वाले अंतर्राष्ट्रीय उड़ानों सहित नागरिक विमानों के लिए सुरक्षित नहीं है।
India also revealed that over 300 drone incursions were detected between Leh in Ladakh and Sir Creek in Gujarat in a single night. According to Indian officials, these drones were attempting to spy on military installations.
Pakistan last night.
Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said Pakistan's denial of these attacks was proof of duplicity, adding that Pakistan has a history of lying about military provocations. Indian Air Force officials confirmed the wreckage of these drones has been sent for forensic analysis. Initial findings suggest the drones were of Turkish origin, highlighting growing military ties between Pakistan, Turkey and China.
Along the international border and line of control,
Drone intrusions were attempted from Leh to Sir Creek at 36 locations with approximately 300 to 400 drones. Indian Armed Forces brought down a number of these drones using kinetic and non-kinetic means. The possible purpose of these large-scale aerial intrusions were to test the AD systems and gather intelligence.
Meanwhile, Islamabad's refusal to ground civil aviation despite launching unprovoked drone and missile attacks on May 7 has sparked international concern. India warned that unsuspecting international flights were also at risk during heightened alert periods. All of this comes in the wake of Operation Sindoor. India's retaliatory response to the April 22nd Pahalgam massacre, where 26 civilians were killed by terrorists allegedly supported by Pakistan. With Saurabh Sinha, Bureau Report, India Today Global.
Well, that's all we have for you in this bulletin. It's time for a short break now. On the other side, we bring you a detailed analysis of the India-Pak ceasefire.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi chairs crucial huddle in his residence with tri-services chiefs. Trump offers to mediate on Kashmir. Opposition questions US brokered ceasefire, demands special parliament session.
I'm Shivani Sharma reporting from line of control in the Uri sector where the situation remains tense.
People staying at line of control have started to move out.
Level of tension between India and Pakistan is too high.
There is a sense of fear and there is a sense of apprehension of rising escalation.
The situation along this border also stays tense.
I am Brijesh Doshi reporting from the village which is just 40 kilometers away from the Pakistan.
I'm Sharad Kumar reporting from Jaisalmer.
Right behind me at 800 meters, there's an international border with Pakistan.
We are reporting from Gurdaspur near the international border.
I'm Mir Farid from war zone Jammu and Kashmir.
This is Anmol Nath Bali, Devankur Vadhavan,
Naseem Basir,
Shivani Sharma,
Ashraf Ani,
Kamaljeet Sandhu, Mosmi Singh.
This is Ashutosh Mishra reporting somewhere near the line of control in Naushera sector for India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com.
And India Today's Gaurav Sawant spoke with strategic affairs expert Brahma Chelani on the recent ceasefire between India and Pakistan brokered by the US. Listen in.
Are we, in a way, not learning any lesson from history? 1948, we were told we were just about to get back. Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir and we went to the United Nations. In 1965, we agreed to Tashkent. In 1971, we did not sort out Jammu and Kashmir. And now, once again, when Pakistan was virtually on its knees, we've agreed to a ceasefire.
You're right. It underlines India's long political tradition of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Snatching defeat from the jaws of victory has become a recurring pattern, which is why India continues to repeat history. We never learn from history, so history repeats itself. 1948, 1954, 1960, 1966, Haji Pir being returned, then becomes the launchpad later for Pakistan to infiltrate terrorists into India. Similar, 1972, we give away our war gains at the negotiating table without securing anything in return from Pakistan. 2021, we vacate the strategic Kailash Heights, forfeiting our only bargaining chip in negotiations, and then we agree to Chinese-designed buffer zones in Ladakh areas. And now, Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor had such powerful symbolism of India's women avenging the murder of 26 husbands. And yet, today, the way we ended this operation after the Pakistanis even fired a missile at Delhi leaves many questions unanswered. I can tell you one thing, Gaurav. History will not look at India too kindly over what it has done today.
You know, my understanding and in my limited understanding is India, we showed our military might. Pakistan now knows about our strategic weaknesses and advantages and our strengths. It knows the weaknesses in its air defense system. The moment it gets this $2.1 billion tranche from the World Bank or from the IMF, and it gets more money, the first thing it will do will invest in better air defense system. We may not be lucky next time. 2 years down the line, it will train more terrorists, probably shift them a little deeper and bleed us once again.
We had so many advantages this time. The geopolitical environment was in our favor. The Americans did not criticize India for its military strikes, unlike in 2016, unlike in 2019, when the US criticized India for initiating strikes across the border. In fact, the US gave us carte blanche. Go ahead, as long as you do not do things that leads to a full-fledged war. So we had an open field. We decimated, as you point out, we decimated their air defense systems, their radar systems. We could have devastated the Pak military. We could have humiliated them, which is what our objective should have been.
Absolutely.
Humiliating the Pak military that has oppressed the Pakistanis for decades. A humiliated Pak military would have faced the wrath of the Pakistani people. It would have been our salvation. And today, we allowed the Pak military to save face.
Or maybe, and I just want to understand this from you, have we punished them enough because we've exposed them? They're humiliated in front of their awam. They know their strategic weaknesses and they know they can do nothing about it because of what is going to happen in Baluchistan, what can happen in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and there will be freedom struggles across Pakistan because they know this oppressive Pakistani Punjabi army was only oppressing them, enriching itself, and when push comes to shove, they're not even able to protect their country, not even Pakistan's Punjab. So that army is humiliated. Now, if we had pushed them a little more, they could have done something, one, either stupid, or they could have, that dirty N-word, perhaps give the next small bomb to Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, and they would have said, just say whatever you want to say and just blast it somewhere. So we've kind of saved the day and, we're still moving forward.
Well, clearly, in the battle of rival political wills, we have proved weaker, Gaurav. We have proved weaker. That's the reason why, for 4 decades, Pakistan has waged this proxy warfare against the larger, stronger India. They have made up for the power asymmetry with India with stronger political will. They've always looked at India as a weak-willed country. This Operation Sindoor will reinforce the impression that India is weak-willed. After just 3 days of Operation Sindoor, we terminated. After just 3 days. 3 days. We expected in 3 days we would be able to teach Pakistan a lesson. Is that militarily possible? When we began this operation, we must have had some clear objectives that we will be able to endure both risks and costs. After all, even though we had the upper hand, they did inflict costs on us. Yes. They did cause damage. We lost some personnel. We lost some civilians. So we did suffer. So they will turn around.
16 losses of lives. Some of our military stations, as the government seemed to indicate, were in the line of fire. But what I also want to understand from you, we are on an economic growth trajectory, and had we pursued this battle, could we have been sucked into a battle where our economic growth may have been adversely impacted? This is a situation. One, we've decimated the enemy. There is realization. Pakistan also knows it's been absolutely had in this conflict. If they've lost their air bases all the way from Skardu through all of Pakistan's Punjab province, the army has no face. I mean, Asim Munir cannot stand up and face either his corps commanders or even his nation. Not even that Pakistani Punjab would look up to him anymore. Now we can concentrate on our economy and we can continue to punish them should they misbehave.
Gaurav, you raise a very good question. First, the Pak military generals are not going to reveal their losses. They will cover up the damage and the losses they have suffered. They will present whatever they've done as victory against India. Let's be clear on that. They will not be admitting that they came out poorly from this engagement with India. Yeah. They will in fact feel emboldened by the fact that India could not continue with this operation for more than 3 days. As far as the economic aspect is concerned, you're right. Investor confidence takes a hit. India will suffer. But look at Mumbai, what happened in Mumbai.
Yes.
Massacre of 2008.
Yes.
That really dented international investor confidence. It did inflict invisible costs on India that lasted several years. Once you begin a military operation, you factor in the economic costs. But when you end an operation inconclusively, you will be paying economic costs for that too.
So classification of aim and maintenance of aim. Is your impression that while we had an aim, we did not maintain it, but the aim that the government had stated was to punish Pakistani terror, which they did when they bombed Muridke, when they bombed Bahawalpur, when they bombed Sialkot, when they bombed the terror launchpads and training camps in POJK. But this is the first time that proper Punjab, Pakistan proper Punjab has been targeted. It was never done before, and that's a huge loss of prestige for the Pakistan army. Not just the losses to the terrorist organizations, but bombs going off in Rawalpindi, the Noor Khan Air Base being destroyed. All the bases, predominantly, they're all in Pakistan's Punjab province.
You're absolutely right. Operation Sindoor represented a paradigm shift in India's strategic posture toward Pakistan. But make no mistake, even if you destroy 9, forget about 9, you destroy 100 bases, terrorist bases in Pakistan. You kill 2,000 terrorists in Pakistan. It doesn't make any difference to the military generals. These terrorist proxies are expendable. They are cannon fodder for the military generals. Pakistan is the world's largest terror factory. They will churn out hundreds more. They don't care about the lives of these terrorist proxies. So what if India struck 9 sites on day 1 of Operation Sindoor? They only care about themselves, about their lives, about their privileges, about their prerogatives, about their infrastructure. That's where we should have gone after. We should have gone after them, not the terrorists who are expendable. We unfortunately from day 1 began sending a wrong message. We began saying we're giving back in equal measure. It's proportionate. It's adequate. I'm using the words of the MEA briefing from yesterday. Proportionate, adequate, and responsible. Well, you have to inflict disproportionate costs on a country that has been invading you for 4 decades. You can't be, and you're reacting to them. You're saying that we are responding in the same domain, in the same manner as they are doing. So, we were letting them dictate. For example, we never used our naval power because Pakistan didn't use its naval power, so we didn't use their naval power. We were waiting for them to initiate naval hostilities. Then we would have used naval power.
That's such an important point you make. And perhaps over the next several days, we will seek answers to this. And Professor Brahmachalani, it's always such a pleasure to listen to you, to listen to your thoughts. And this is something that perhaps we'll seek answers to even from the government in the days and weeks ahead. Professor Chelani, for joining me here on India Today. Many thanks.
Gaurav Sawant also spoke with former Foreign Secretary Harshvardhan Shringla on what his analysis really is of the India-Pakistan ceasefire that was announced Saturday evening. Listen in.
Harshvardhan Shringla, former Foreign Secretary of India, also former Ambassador to the United States of America, joining us on this India Today special broadcast. Ambassador, as always, welcome on India Today. Your first thoughts on the ceasefire that's been arrived between India and Pakistan?
Well, I think it was a surprise, let's say, announcement. But if you look at some of the messaging yesterday, we had kept the option open. If the Foreign Secretary had said that we are committed to peace, but the onus is on Pakistan to de-escalate the situation. Unfortunately, Pakistan didn't do it last night. But today, I think they've come around, and there are a number of reasons why they could have come around. One, of course, is that U.S. pressure, and U.S. has exercised its influence on Pakistan to bring them to the table. But I think the other reason lies in what the Ministry of Defense briefing has conveyed to us, that Pakistan's military abilities had been severely degraded. Their radars and their air defense system was degraded. Their critical airfields had been bombed, that the morale of the armed forces is coming down. I don't think they could have sustained this conflict for much longer, and it was in their interest to come to the ceasefire table.
So they were
I think
compelled, Ambassador. Is that your understanding? Ambassador, you worked very closely with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What was different and what led to this very changed response, this very aggressive response by India to Pakistan's state-sponsored terror? We've been suffering this terror for decades, Ambassador.
No, absolutely. But the difference under Prime Minister Modi's leadership is that 2016, there was the Uri attack. We had a response. Our special operations team went across the border and eliminated a few of the terrorist camps that were there. 2019, we had Pulwama, and we saw strikes across the border by our Air Force. This time, in the wake of the Pahalgam terrorist attack, I think Operation Sindoor was a fitting response to that heinous act that was perpetrated by terrorists that was sponsored by Pakistan. But our actions were very calibrated, that we hit the terrorist camps. Those terrorists that were directly responsible for Pahalgam were hit. The Lashkar-e-Toiba, their headquarters was hit. Some of their main operatives were eliminated. Similarly with the Jaish-e-Mohammed. So I think we have avenged the memory of those of our citizens who were gunned down so mercilessly in Pahalgam. We have maintained since then a very firm and uncompromising position, but at the same time, we have not gone beyond. I mean, we could have done a lot more. We could have gone out and hammered the Pakistanis on all fronts. But what we did was a very proportionate, a very calibrated strike, not only in Operation Sindoor, but subsequently in response to Pakistani kinetic actions. I think we had also been very firm in our response. And as Minister Dr. Jaishankar said, he said that we will be firm in our response to any escalation that Pakistan undertakes.
Did we seek any assistance or intervention from any foreign power? Did Pakistan seek that? What brought about the US intervention in your appreciation, sir?
So as you can see, as you could have seen, that our interlocutors were talking, or our leadership was talking to their interlocutors across the board. It's part of our diplomatic outreach. We were in touch with the United States, with UK, with Russia, with Saudi Arabia, with UAE, a number of countries. I think all of these countries have been made fully aware of our position, our approach to the entire situation, but also I think in terms of the influence they could exercise in Pakistan to ask them to, in their own interests, to climb down from this misadventure that was undertaken in initiating the terrorist attack and then escalating the situation to attack civilian and military installations across northern and western India.
Ambassador, the fact that there is no change is what sources are telling India today in the Indus Waters Treaty being held in abeyance. Now, what signal does that send out, not just to Pakistan, but to the rest of the world, sir?
Yeah, I think the diplomatic and economic and other pressures that we can bring upon and bear on Pakistan will continue to be there. I don't think we're going to relent on that sort of pressure, because we don't believe that Pakistan is going to change its fundamental attitude. The leopard doesn't change its spots, and Pakistan is not going to change its support for cross-border terrorism. In fact, what has been borne out by this incident is Pakistan's own, complicity, the state's complicity in what is happening. Earlier, there was a separation between the state and non-state actors, the terrorists that operated from Pakistan. At least on the face of it, there was a pretense of a gap between the two. Today, there is no gap. We have seen that in the funeral of the terrorists who are proscribed under the UN Security Council's list, there were senior military and civilian officials present, paid actually obeisance during that funeral, which shows that the state is directly involved and culpable when it comes to terrorist action. So
that's such a significant point you're making, Ambassador, and I want you to elaborate on it, and we'll just get those images out of a Pakistan Army general, a corps commander being there, several military officers being there at the funeral of a terrorist. We'll just play out those images. What impression, Pakistani army personnel standing for that namaz-e-janaza, not just in Muridke but also in Bahawalpur. Is that reason enough, in your appreciation, for Pakistan to be on that either FATF grey list or more attention to be paid to that 1267 sanctions committee that Pakistan remains a state sponsor of terror?
I think it makes clear to the international community that the pretense of Pakistan actually, not being a part of that terrorist infrastructure is no longer there. The gloves are off. I think current leadership, the military and the deep state leadership, believe and are part of that effort to I would say, encourage and even use terrorism as an instrument of state policy. And that is why our reaction has to be very firm. I believe there is a consideration that we would consider any future act of terrorism as an act of war. And I think we have to take very strong preemptive and deterrent actions to say that if you do this, this is the response. If you do this, this is what will happen. And this has to be made clear to Pakistan and to all of our partners to ensure that they don't indulge in this sort of action again. We have to focus on our development, our growth, our vision of a Viksit Bharat. But at the same time, in order to do that, we need to protect our security, our strategic interests. And to do that, we need a strategic posturing. We need a policy that will contain and preempt any such terrorist actions. And one of them is very strict messaging, very clear messaging. And we should not hesitate to go all the way. And I think this is the hallmark of Prime Minister Modi.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
A story of courage emerges from grief. Even as a family mourns the brutal murder of a father, Santosh Deshmukh, 18-year-old, Vaibhavi Deshmukh has shown extraordinary resilience by scoring over 85% in her class 12th exams. Santosh Deshmukh, Sarpanch of Masajog village in Maharashtra's Beed district, was killed in December after he resisted an extortion bid made on a wind energy firm. The murder of Santosh Deshmukh led to the resignation of State Minister Dhananjay Munde over his links to accuse Valmik Karad. While the police have filed a charge sheet in the case, one accused is still absconding. In the face of tragedy, Vaibhavi Deshmukh stands as a symbol of strength. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com.
Good evening, I'm Anjali Istiwal. Welcome to India Today. Let's take a look at the headlines top of this hour. Rajnath Singh lauds Operation Sindoor, says India entered Pakistan and attacked its bases, says gave befitting reply to Pak's terror.
यह नया भारत है जो आतंक के खिलाफ सरहद के इस पार और उस पार दोनों तरफ प्रभावी कार्रवाई करेगा, यह हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट रूप से यह संदेश दिया।
Indian Air Force says operations are still underway. Prime Minister Modi chairs crucial huddle in his residence with tri-services chiefs. India's water strike on Pakistan is super effective. Parched Pakistan cries out for water. Pakistan to beg for Indus water at military talks. Normalcy prevails in Amritsar, Jaisalmer, Srinagar after late evening ceasefire violations and tense calm is seen overnight. Red alert ends. Locals are out on streets early Sunday morning. US President Donald Trump offers to mediate on Kashmir, says we'll see if there can be Kashmir solution after 1,000 years. Well, we begin this bulletin with the big breaking news coming in. So what has been the impact of India's strikes on Pakistani air bases? Well, you can see from some imagery which has been released by a Chinese satellite firm. We'll try and show you how it helps to bring spotlight on the damage that was done at Pakistan's Noor Khan Air Base. Now, the Indian Air Force had done a precision strike, and you can see on your screens how it has focused on disabling the infrastructure that was present on the airbase and also the ground support vehicles that were present at the site when the precision strike was taken. So in the satellite images, you can see a pre-strike image and also a post-strike image. And the difference is clear as the day. You can see there how India's strike has disabled Pakistan's airbase infrastructure. Now, for more on this, I'm joined by Mir Farid. Let's go straight across to him. Mir, you know, these visuals that we see, they sort of make clear how India's strike impacted Pakistan, especially since this particular airbase is extremely important and not very far from the capital of Pakistan.
That's right. In fact, this previously was known as the Chaklala Air Base. And as you rightly said, it's hardly 10 kilometers from Islamabad. And also adjacent to this is Army's very critical military headquarters, which deals with planning and obviously the forward planning of the Army operations. This airfield, as you rightly said, there were at least three airfields that were struck by precision guided ammunition of India, and this air base has been very badly damaged. We've also been told that the runway has suffered extensive damage, and also if you talk of two other airfields, they have also been damaged. Now, this is one of the nerve centers of Pakistan Air Force because here you have all the aerial refueling facilities. You also have their command and control center as far as missions are concerned, and then also this is one of their biggest airfields, so it has suffered extensive damage. The operational capability has been hit because of the damage to this airfield. Now, it's not only the only airfield that has been hit. Sargodha, Rafiki, two other air bases which are also critical to the PF operations, they have been hit. So these images just confirming what the defense sources and the briefing that there was joint defense briefing which briefed the media about these operations, and this is exactly what they spoke about, the fact that extensive damage has happened, and local videos that also surfaced of people who were there or around that place that shot those videos, which clearly showed the fireballs and the kind of blast that happened. So it is now being proved by these satellite images. Back to you.
Mira, also let's try and understand what it means when you say that this is just 10 kilometers from the Pakistani capital, Islamabad. So when you hit an airbase, which is essentially responsible for protecting the capital city, the seat of power of Pakistan, it would have been unnerving for Pakistan when they saw that India could strike directly into the heart of Pakistan and possibly later on into the power seat.
Yes, absolutely. Obviously, if you can manage to hit this airbase deep inside Pakistan, now this is the heart of Pakistan, you talk of Islamabad, the capital, and you have most of the critical defense establishments of the tri-services, especially the army and the air force in the area. And as far as Dur Khan airbase, which is named after the second air chief of Pakistan, Noor Khan, and who in the 1960s is considered to be the father of the modernization of PAF. And in fact, in 2012, this airfield received a major upgrade as part of a modernization plan. And it is since then that it has become, as I said, nerve center and the most important airbase Pakistan has. So that obviously tells you why the PAF and why the Pakistan establishment was unnerved. And in fact, why this is being considered as one of the most important hits as far as this confrontation that obviously now we is witnessing ceasefire. But as far as the military action is concerned, the targeting of these three air bases probably is something that has hurt the Pakistani establishment, especially the military most. Back to you.
Yes, me do stay on with us. Clearly, Pakistan is unnerved with the strikes at its air bases. But joining us now is Shivani Sharma as well. Shivani, not just the operational readiness of the Pakistani Air Force is dependent on this air base, one of many, but also the fact a future generation of Pakistani Air Force fighters, Air Force personnel is also groomed here. So can you tell us a little bit more about this airbase and its importance and why India's attack and India's precision hit on this airbase is important?
Anjali, this happens to be the most strategic airbase of Pakistan. This is just right at the seat of Pakistan's army, the general headquarters of Pakistan in Rawalpindi. And this particular airbase is not only used by the VIPs for any kind of movement, but very strategic operations too. The training and the assets are based out there. So these satellite images clearly show the damage that has been done, but a very precise kind of a damage, focused target that the Indian Armed Forces have brought in here, damaging the facility, the infrastructure out there and the support vehicles too. So this is one such satellite image that is showing the destruction that has happened after Pakistan sent drones towards India. And there are multiple such pictures and videos, Anjali, that show the nature of damage that has been incurred into Pakistan's air bases, giving them a very strong message along with this destruction.
Right, absolutely, Shivani. We understand that how this picture that we are trying to show you right now impacts the messaging that India was trying to send. We can see very clearly in these pictures how the precision hit impacted this airbase. Now, it's a very vital airbase, as we just told you and as our reporters were telling you. Try and take a look at these pictures. We have a picture post the strike, and we also have an image which is pre-strike. Now, this is the target area, as we are trying to show you, that India hit. The impact here, as you see after the strike, this is completely destroyed. All you see is probably smoke and dust. While here, you can see an infrastructure. Somehow, you can also see that there is some land support, some support vehicles that are also stationed over here. small, minute, but very clear in these satellite images that have been released by a Chinese firm. Now, looking at this target area and this post-strike area, we can clearly see some assets have been destroyed. Now, also the considerable damage, as is earmarked also by that Chinese firm, you can see there is considerable damage here. Is there impact on the airstrip as well? We cannot clearly see here, but we can see some of the air-marked assets. There is a truck and a truck written here. Obviously, it is an indication to the fact that these were probably some sort of support defense vehicles which were standing over there, and when the missile hit, they were completely destroyed. Let's go back to our correspondent, Mir Farid, and try and understand how these images can be interpreted. Now, Mir, if we look at these images, they are very clearly highlighted with certain, nomenclature for the assets over there and the kind of impact that has been seen. So, can you try and explain to us what has happened post-strike, the image that we see post-strike? Can you explain it a little bit more and describe it a little bit more?
Well, post-strike, there are 2-3 things that you have to understand. One, obviously these images, because satellite images clearly show you can make the difference between how a facility stood before the attack and post the attack. The difference is quite, you can easily mark the difference. And you have assets that have been destroyed. Now, obviously, airbase has a number of things that ensure that the coordination happens. And why? As I said, it's a nerve center, because it's not only about the plane concept of having fighter aircrafts and having their routine maintenance, etc. It's also about the refueling. Aerial refueling is something that is critical in modern day aerial warfare. So this is the hub of Pakistan's air refueling, mid-air refueling machines, the facility, and the complete the coordination center. So in that way, also this Air Force base is very critical, and the kind of damage, it is quite clear that probably some runway, part of it has been damaged, and then obviously assets, which range from vehicles to the hangars to the refueling facility. A lot of that has been hit. And as I said, there were videos also of the moment when this airbase was hit. There were sirens, and there were videos which in fact were took by bystanders who saw a ball of fire emanating from within the airbase, and then also multiple blasts. So it is critical in more than one way. It is not a plain Air Force base. It is strategic for Pakistan Air Force in many ways. And obviously, rattled by this, they had claimed that they, in fact, in the very first Operation Sindoor dogfight, they had claimed that they had downed many Indian fighter jets. So obviously, post that, it seems that our strategy was to hit and impact their Air Force, which is one of the strong points of Pakistan's defense. And in many ways, as far as at least these 3 air bases are concerned, the objectives have been met by sending this message that we can hit deep inside Pakistan, also very close to the capital, Islamabad.
Absolutely. Shivani is also there with us. Shivani, we were trying to analyze this image, and now that it's a little bit more sharper on our screens, we can see that there is significant damage there to the infrastructure. But we don't really need this kind of evidence to understand what message has gone through to Pakistan when you hit an airbase 10 kilometers away from the capital city, the seat of power, Islamabad. 10 kilometers away, and a massive, huge airbase. Tell us what kind of a impact psychologically it would have had on the military and the political class as well, and also explain a little bit what we are seeing on screen.
Anjali, these air bases that have been hit by India, they are all of strategic importance, selected very intelligently by Indian Armed Forces. Many of them are the strategic locations they are of dual use also, where they have their missile storage facilities, the mobilization facilities for their troops. They also have their VIP movement facilities. And what we see in the pictures, Anjali, is a significant damage to the infrastructure of that airbase. Now, we need to understand that an airbase has all important infrastructure and every facility that is needed for the routine sorties for fighters. The personnel who are deployed there, all the systems out there, the radars that are there, the support vehicles. So each and everything in an air base is extremely important for that base to be operationalized completely. So if a part is hit significantly, it's very much understandable that the air base operations cannot be taken ahead. So this is how disarming the air bases by India has been done, and that too selected very intelligently, just in a focused manner, not touching any kind of civil population along these air base areas, and giving out a message. And what we are also learning, Anjali, that these were the air bases primarily that were being used for strike against India, be the air defense systems out there, be the fighters, the infrastructure, the vehicular movement that was taking place to send those drones towards India, the storage facility where probably the missiles and the drones were stationed. So all these air bases and the pictures we see are showing us how the damage was inflicted on them, how India was focused and a measured precision strike was hitting these air bases to disarm them, to make them so that they cannot operationalize against India. We were not only protecting our people,
Right.
the armed forces were not only protecting and avoiding that damage to our Indian civilization, but they were also a message that we can go there, hit your air bases hard, that you are using for attack against India.
Right,
Anjali.
and also to note is that these images have been released by a firm of a third party, third country. So a Chinese firm has released these satellite images. So it is also important to note that this is sort of indisputable evidence of impact of Indian strikes. Do stay on with us. And now we're going to talk about the superstar of these strikes. Well, the Brahmos missile. And it has been used. UP Chief Minister today confirmed the use of the Brahmos missile in targeting terror bases inside Pakistan. His statement aligns with mounting evidence suggesting the missile's deployment. A Brahmos booster and a cap were recovered near the Pakistan border, strongly indicating its use in a cross-border strike. Missile fragments found near Bikaner suggest it was launched from Indian territory towards a high-value target. What could be that high-value target? That we don't know right now, but could be possibly some airbase or anything else. Intelligence sources also believe that the Brahmos was used to hit the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters, the JEM headquarters in Bahawalpur in Pakistan, the hub of terrorism that is targeted towards India. Pakistan, despite claiming high alert defensive posture, has once again failed to intercept Brahmos, underlining the missile's effectiveness and the Indian military's capability to strike high-value targets with minimal risk. And Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also lauded the Indian armed forces who not only successfully crushed Pakistan's terror outfits in Operation Sindoor, but also caused major damages to its military infrastructure across cities.
जिन भारत विरोधी और आतंकी संगठनों ने भारत माता के मस्तक पर हमला करके कई परिवारों के सिंदूर मिटाए थे, उन्हें भारतीय सेना ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से इंसाफ दिलाने का काम किया है। और इसके लिए आज सारा देश भारतीय सेनाओं का अभिनंदन कर रहा है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सिर्फ एक सैन्य कार्रवाई भर नहीं है, बल्कि भारत की राजनैतिक, सामाजिक और सामरिक इच्छा शक्ति का प्रतीक है। यह ऑपरेशन आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति का और सैन्य शक्ति की क्षमता और संकल्प शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन है। हमने दिखाया है, भारत आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जब भी कोई कार्रवाई करेगा तो आतंकवादियों और उनके आकाओं के लिए सरहद पार की जमीन भी सुरक्षित नहीं रहेगी। भारतीय सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को पाकिस्तान में मौजूद आतंकी ढांचा ढहाने के उद्देश्य से लॉन्च किया था। हमने उनके आम नागरिकों को कभी निशाना नहीं बनाया था, मगर पाकिस्तान ने न केवल भारत के नागरिक इलाकों को निशाना बनाया, बल्कि मंदिर, गुरुद्वारा, गिरजाघर पर भी हमले करने का प्रयास किया। भारतीय सेना ने शौर्य और पराक्रम के साथ साथ संयम का भी परिचय देते हुए पाकिस्तान के अन्य ठिकानों पर भी प्रहार करके करारा जवाब दिया है। हमने केवल सीमा से सटे सैन्य ठिकानों पर ही नहीं कार्रवाई की, बल्कि भारत की सेनाओं की धमक उस रावलपिंडी तक सुनी गई जहां पाकिस्तानी फौज का हेडक्वार्टर मौजूद है। मित्रों, भारत में आतंकवादी घटनाएं करने और कराने का क्या अंजाम होता है, यह पूरे विश्व ने उरी की घटना के बाद देखा, जब हमारी सेना ने पाकिस्तान में घुसकर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की। पुलवामा के बाद देखा, जब बालाकोट पर एयर स्ट्राइक की गई, और अब पहलगाम की घटना के बाद दुनिया देख रही है कि जब भारत ने पाकिस्तान के भीतर घुसकर मल्टीपल स्ट्राइक्स की हैं। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति पर चलते हुए हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि यह नया भारत है जो आतंक के खिलाफ सरहद के इस पार और उस पार दोनों तरफ प्रभावी कार्रवाई करेगा। यह हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट रूप से यह संदेश दे दिया है।
ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल क्या होती है, अभी आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के अंदर इस मिसाइल के पराक्रम की एक झलक देखी होगी, और नहीं देखी होगी तो कम से कम पाकिस्तान वालों से पूछ लेना चाहिए कि ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल की ताकत क्या है।
We heard the India's defense minister clearly saying that India's military roar was heard till Rawalpindi, where the Pakistani military is headquartered. Now, in this roar, there is one major contributor, and that is the Brahmos missile. The Brahmos missile, its strike, what is important about it? What are the big significances? Let's try and explain to you. So, firstly, India's Brahmos missile went and hit the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters, the terrorist hub which targets India and has been targeting India for decades, again and again sending operatives into India and targeting even innocent civilians. Point number two. Now, the Brahmos, which is also a Brahmastra of India, it struck deep inside into Pakistan, sending out a message that India is not only going to take action along the LOC, but also against Pakistan. So you are not safe while sitting inside Pakistan, deep inside, then you should not feel that you are safe. What is the third point? The third point is that it was a precision hit which pulverized the Jaish Bahawalpur headquarters. It did not impact the civilian areas. People living around, the civilians living around, they were not targeted. It was the headquarters that was targeted, and it was that only that was damaged and completely destroyed. Another point, it has showed that India has a very firm resolve now to decimate terror. In fact, India has made it clear in its statements now that any action of terror will be taken as an act of war. And this probably was an act, maybe not words, but an act that sort of sent that message across to Pakistan. Now, it has done another thing. It has proven that India's deep strike can happen because now India has that power to attack Pakistan's infrastructure, its power, its might, its military might, whatever it may try to showcase and show to the world, but India can strike it. What is the sixth point? Well, Brahmos missile, its air superiority is now firmly established. It's been used in combat now. It is clear. It's not just a demonstration that you see and videos are released. No, this is used in active war, in active war field and in combat, and its air superiority is clearly established now. The seventh point, Pakistan's air defense completely failed to intercept it, to stop this missile from landing onto the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters. And now this is clearly open to the global audience to see. Now let's take a look at a breaking news that is coming in right now. Well, let's talk about the messaging that is going across from India's Prime Minister right now globally. It's hard talk on punishing Pak terror. The government is now revealing Prime Minister Modi's big message to US. What was the message? Well, Prime Minister Modi made it clear that if Pakistan attacks, then India is going to hit back stronger than the attack that we will have to bear. Pakistan will have to bear an even stronger impact. The government made it clear to J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the week, And when the Vice President of America called and spoke to Prime Minister Modi gave this message to United States of America. It made it, India has completely made it clear that they won't spare Pak terror. And just before they spoke to the US and sent out that message to US, India gave out that message globally and quite clearly that now any terror strike will be taken as an act of war. Now, for more on this, we go across to India Today's Shivani Sharma. Shivani, the messaging has been clear probably since yesterday from India's side that no, terror will be taken as an act of war, and that messaging was also relayed to US because US probably wanted to be a mediator there between India and Pakistan.
Anjali, I would say that the messaging started right after the Pahalgam attack, when on 23rd, after the CCS, very harsh decisions were taken by the Prime Minister and the leadership of the country by putting the treaty in abeyance, by cancelling the visa. So that was the first hit on Pakistan. And day by day, new decisions started coming in, hitting Pakistan harder each day than the previous day. And then came the Operation Sindoor, Anjali. That was the biggest hit, the unimaginable punishment that India was talking about that would be given to the terror outfits. And in Operation Sindoor, 9 of these terror outfits were destroyed and very selected. They were selected on the basis of the harm they were causing to India, the kind of Jaish-e-Mohammed and LET chiefs who were being bred there, endorsed there. And India is very clear in its messaging after Pahalgam attack that we are not going to sit back and wait for Pakistan to help in the investigations like we've been doing and negotiating after 26/11, but we'll hit you hard like we did in Pulwama attack, like we did in the Balakot strikes, and now in Pahalgam, when we've hit you in 9 different locations in your territory where you were endorsing these terrorists, and more than 100 terrorists have been finished. And not only there did this stop, Anjali, after which Pakistan wanted to, they approached us, they approached the Indian government because they had never expected this kind of a blow that was happening inside their territory. But India refused because India wants to give a very strong message once again that terror and talks cannot go hand in hand, and any act of terror will be considered as an act of war. And India never escalated this situation. This situation was always escalated by Pakistan. First, by the Pahalgam attack, the close association of those terrorists with Pakistan and their government, the ISI out there, and the way the terrorists' funerals were addressed and they were presented, the wreaths by the Chief of Army Staffs out there. So the messaging is very loud and clear from India once again that the Operation Sindoor is just not over. Whenever Pakistan will indulge any act of terror against India, Operation Sindoor continues and will hit you very hard. Harder than ever before. So that's the messaging that the government has brought in, and especially Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his conversations with the United States, be it the Vice President J.D. Vance, who was very much in India when Pahalgam attack happened. He has already witnessed how India dealt with this whole situation when Prime Minister Narendra Modi cut his Saudi Arabia trip short, and immediate meetings happened, multiple meetings happened, and multiple blows to Pakistan were given. But this is very clear from the government side that the Operation Sindoor is not over. It continues until we fully damage the terrorism. And if any act of terror happens against India, India will give a hit back to Pakistan in a very stronger way.
Right. Shivani, also, if you look at it, India was not operating in a silo. There was constant international pressure on India, global pressure on India to, as they say, de-escalate continuously. But India, by saying this, is now clearly saying that we are not going to bow down to any pressure, whether it is coming from the mightiest country in the world, or say even European Union or any economic partner also.
See, that posturing in India's attitude has been very evident in last few years, where West used to give sermons and statements, but India has been very clear that we know how to deal our issues. And in Operation Sindoor also, India made an effort to make this acknowledgement by the world, to give this assessment to the world that this is not the first time when terrorism is being harbored inside Pakistan. There was enough evidence that was given out by India to not only United Nations, where we've been keeping our stance regularly, but to the countries like Russia and UK, Germany, United States that had several conversations with the leadership in India. So Pakistan was being cornered, being isolated globally for this act of terror that it had indulged into, the association with the terrorists who've been harming India and the world in various terror attacks. So this was yet another blow to Pakistan and an instrument by Indian government to corner Pakistan and give it a blow diplomatically, that the countries across the nation were standing with India.
Thank
they were
you,
in India.
Shivani, for all that analysis. It seems that India is now sending out a message clear and loud to the global community as well. Moving on to another big breaking news coming in consequent to the ceasefire and airspace violations on the night of 10th and 11th May. It seems that the Army's Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, and the COAS, the Chief of Army Staff reviewed the security situation with the army commanders of the western border. The Chief of Army Staff has granted full authority to the army commanders for counteraction in the kinetic domain to any violation of the understanding reached through the DGMO talks of 10th May 2025. So Indian Army is continuously maintaining a vigil in case Pakistan again does something. Then Army is mandated by their chief to go ahead and give a reply to that. Now, we had seen Pakistan had sent some drones into India even after the supposed ceasefire, and India had replied to that. But now, Army Chief is giving this standing order that you can take action. Going back to Shivani Sharma, India Today's correspondent. Shivani, how is this to be interpreted? If this kind of vigil is maintained by the Indian Army along the line of control and the border, clearly India is thinking of this as an uneasy ceasefire. In fact, we had made it clear that this is more of an understanding and not a ceasefire. So we are not going to rest with just this assurance from Pakistan and US.
Anjali, the term ceasefire has not been respected by Pakistan. There have been several agreements on ceasefire, but every time Pakistan violated it. But this time India says that this is not being taken as a ceasefire agreement. This is an understanding and a pause on Pakistan's request. But if Pakistan tries to open fire on any kind of front, be it the line of control, the international border, or the airspace where it has been sending the drones, then a very strong response will be given out. So we are not calling through the sources this ceasefire agreement, but this is an understanding and a pause until Pakistan mends its ways. If it opens fire anywhere, then the army chief has given out the strong orders to all the commanders and all the personnel of the army to hit back Pakistan in a very strong manner.
Thank you, Shivani, for analyzing this. There is, although a string of breaking news coming in, it seems another big breaking news is coming in right now. Let's show you what it is. Well, it seems that Pakistan's ceasefire fast has been completely exposed. We all saw how Pakistan, despite agreeing to a ceasefire, breached this border truce, and now it seems to be blaming India for breaching ceasefire. In fact, Pakistan had launched drones 3 hours into ceasefire, but what is seen is that the Foreign Ministry of Pakistan says that it was India that was breaching ceasefire while Pakistan was implementing it. It was during a briefing that when asked about the ceasefire, Pakistan was adamant about maintaining it, while placing the blame of the breach of ceasefire on India, which is surprising because last night, it was clearly seen in the skies of India how Pakistan, despite giving assurances at DGMO level, again breached into India's airspace. So this shows how clearly Pakistan is lying through its teeth, despite showing publicly and globally that we are heading for a ceasefire. We want to talk with India. DGMO level talks will continue. It will resume on 12th of May. But behind all that, it seems Pakistan surreptitiously is still trying to breach the ceasefire, go back on its word, and blaming India of doing so. So the question is, will the global community see this? This is the double speak that we see from Pakistan. First, you breach the ceasefire, which India says is an understanding, a pause that we are giving right now, which is in a larger good. But Pakistan seems to be calling it a ceasefire and then going ahead and breaching it. But what is even more surprising is that it is now blaming India for breaching ceasefire and says that we have maintained it and we are committed to maintain it, but India needs to show restraint. A surprising claim there from Pakistan when it was Pakistan that went ahead and launched some drones into the Indian territory last evening, despite openly, clearly stating that they want ceasefire. The US President Donald Trump went ahead and tweeted it out, put it out on his Truth Social, and then even India came out publicly and said that there is a truce that was reached, a ceasefire, a pause that has been reached after the DGMO of Pakistan initiated a conversation about it. It was Pakistan that initiated it, that wanted it, and India honored it, respected this initiation of Pakistan. But now Pakistan is blaming India of breaching this ceasefire. So it's it's kind of Shakespearean when we see that Pakistan, the politics of Pakistan seems to be extremely disconnected from the military of Pakistan. Here we see Foreign Ministry of Pakistan blaming India for violating ceasefires and saying that we as in Pakistan is honoring it while India is not honoring it. A big lie there from Pakistan. Well, there seems to be a very big breaking news coming in right now. India is making a big assertion now on the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, or the POK. India is clearly stating that if you want to talk to us, we will talk only about returning of the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir to India. Now, this is a very decisive stance now that we are seeing from India. India is saying that talk on ending Pakistan occupation of the Kashmir is the only talk that we want to engage in. India says that talks on Pakistan to hand over terrorists is also something that we want to talk about. Now, let's go across to Geeta Mohan, our Foreign Affairs editor, and try and understand what this is. Geeta, this is a stance, a very hard and a firm stance that we are seeing from India, saying that we are only going to talk about POK and handing back of POK.
Well, that's right. That's a very important statement coming in, that there is nothing to talk about when it comes to Pakistan anymore. Two very important messages over here. One is that any act of terrorism will be considered an act of war, which means Pakistan no longer can use or should try to use terrorism as an instrument of state policy, because then they will have their air bases plastered, as was done in the last attack that led to then a stopping of fire, a mutual understanding. And then a message. There was a timeline that our sources discussed with us with regards to what happened with America, and in that questions about whether if America was seeking a reconciliation between India and Pakistan. India said that there is nothing to talk with Pakistan. There is absolute clarity that the only conversation that India now will have with Pakistan is for the return of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, all the illegal territories that they have under their control, and handing over of terrorists. So that's a very strong message that no longer is it a talks and terror can't go together. It's about a red line that India now has drawn with Pakistan, that there is going to be no restarting of all those sanctions that have been put and restarting of those agreements and treaties between India and Pakistan that were in place for many years. There is an understanding that Pakistan was rather rattled with the idea of keeping the Indus Waters Treaty or putting it on hold or in abeyance, and that they wanted to renegotiate, or at least for India to look at having that started. India right now very clear that all those sanctions will stay. The only understanding that the two countries have right now, mutually so, not calling it a ceasefire, the new normal is that it's only an understanding until the next time that Pakistan violates, and that's to hold fire.
Right, absolutely. And it was very important for India to make this clear also because with the US president bringing the Kashmir issue, publicly tweeting about it and saying that he would be there to solve it. Now let's try and understand what's happening, what are the changes that are happening in tandem with what Geeta just told us. So there is another big breaking news coming in right now. So it seems India has reasserted its war doctrine change. As we heard yesterday also, the government had said that any act of terror is going to be taken by India as an act of war. So government has clearly stated that it is not defining any terror threshold. So there it is, no clear definition as to what is a terror threshold. And one thing is clear, it is definitely much lower than what it was for India earlier. India has put up with many acts of terror, but now India has clearly stated that any act of terror will be taken as an act of war. So going back across to Geeta Mohan for this. Geeta, yesterday also we heard this. Now India is reiterating its change in its war doctrine. Now can you try and explain to us what you just told us about POK, and the talks would only be about handing back of the POK and the stance towards terrorism together. What they mean as far as India's messaging to the world at large is concerned, and also to the superpowers who usually play the big brother act during negotiations.
Well, the message is very clear that the new normal for India is not to normalize relations with Pakistan. That the new normal is that Pakistan is a country the way it is. It is a military dictatorship, and to deal with a country whose focus is purely on, and the top agenda is anti-India activities in Kashmir, which was spelled out by none other than the army chief Asim Munir himself. And if that's the agenda, then you can never look at normalizing ties with a country that does not seek normalization but only talks of it. And in such a scenario, then there are red lines that have to be drawn. And the red line over here is that terrorism will not be tolerated. In the past, when there were terror attacks that would take place, there used to be an entire to and fro conversation, maybe a few decisions of stopping a few things with Pakistan, not doing business with Pakistan, downgrading ties a lot, but sharing dossier with international partners. This time around, the play has changed. India says that if there is an act of terror that is state supported and sponsored, as has been the case in the Pahalgam terror attack, then the state is involved. And if the state is involved, then it's a military response that you will be getting, which means an act of terror from Pakistan will indeed be considered as an act of war, and therefore will be responded through military action, which is what was seen. Now, there are a lot of questions that have been asked with regards to how India responded, what happened with the world community, how did they come? So there were a lot of concerns that were raised. A lot of countries, according to sources, who called India Some of them expressed concern, some tried to be rather preachy. India told all of them that we have done what we had to. We took down the most important terror targets that have been in our list, on our list for decades, and Pakistan has done nothing about it. There's an entire explainer of why Bahawalpur, why Muridke, why were they important, why Muzaffarabad, why was that important? All that explanation given, and then the American side, of course, trying to look at whether if there can be some sort of a negotiation. Marco Rubio speaking to everyone, but again over here, the conversation that Asim Munir had with Marco Rubio was important, because India's message was, we struck, we will not strike if they do not. We struck only terror targets, but if they strike, we will strike harder. Prime Minister's message was, there are three vectors that we're looking at: military, political and psychological. The military vector, Prime Minister very clearly sent out a message saying, mitti mein mila denge, which means that if you're going to attack us, we are going to hit you as hard or harder if possible, and which is what India did. Plastered some of the very important air bases of Pakistan. The second one is political, where the decision on Indus Waters Treaty is still hurting Pakistan. They still want us to have a relook on the hold on IWT. And the final one is psychological, that ghuske marenge. This is the first time since 1971, Anjali, that India has entered into the heartland of Pakistan and hit them where it hurts the most.
Absolutely. Do stay on with us, Geeta, on this. We're trying to explain to our viewers what exactly does it mean when India says something like this, that any act of terror will be considered an act of war. So let's try and understand how India has changed its stance. India has tweaked its war doctrine. Earlier, our threshold of tolerance towards acts of terror was much higher. But now India is saying any future terror act will be considered an act of war. So it's not just terror, it is war now. So terror attack will also be responded accordingly. So while we had earlier seen a terror attack gets responded by the civilian police or the NIA, now if it's war, it means a response can come from the Indian military as well. But what are the acts of terror that India has been facing? Right there, from bombing, we've seen firing, we've seen plane hijacking, cyber attacks, bio and chemical attack can also be part of what is considered a terrorist attack. Any of these actions now taken by Pakistan, any of these misadventures undertaken by Pakistan will be considered an act of war. And what is to be noted now is that US has acknowledged India's revised war doctrine. We also have to remember that US also clearly stated that terror is an act of war on them, and they went ahead and actually implemented a war to eliminate terror from their soils. So now let's take a look at what is the big breaking news coming in right now at this moment. Well, it seems that India has fulfilled all three Operation Sindoor objectives. Now, this was a big demand coming in from the opposition parties as to explain to us, have you fulfilled your objectives? And now it is clear that there were some goals and that they have been met. Firstly, the military goal, that as Geeta Mohan was also telling us, as PM had said, mitti mein mila denge. We clearly saw through those satellite images also that we showed you some time back, air bases of Pakistan turned into dust. So that exactly shows that military goal was achieved. What is the second goal? The political goal. That political goal was to bring the main backbone of Pakistan into spotlight, the Indus Waters. We put that treaty into abeyance and said, we are not going to give you the water till you continue with the terror. And Pakistan now clearly wants to talk about the water as well, not just the ceasefire. Thirdly, what is the third goal? The psychological goal, which is that we went inside into your territory and we hit you. Importantly, we saw how a missile went all the way to 10 kilometers away from the seat of power, Islamabad, and hit the Noor base, showing us that India will now go inside and hit Pakistan where it hurts the most. Okay, so now let's take a look at how India is explaining the Brahmos use. Well, India has shown that Brahmos can be used and used it on the Jaish headquarters. The government has clearly said that Jaish has bled India since 90s with its terrorism and its terror activities, its operatives continuing to target India in a war, a terror war that it has initiated since the 90s. But now, the Brahmos missile, India's super missile that hit Jaish in its headquarters, it has sort of hit at the heart of terror. The Jaish-e-Mohammed Bahawalpur headquarters was high on the hit list of India. And when the Brahmos was unleashed, it went and completely destroyed this headquarters, thereby ensuring that India's hit list is targeted one by one. Government is explaining how India has hit Pakistan where it hurts the most, that proxy war, that low-cost war that it was running via these Jaish terrorists is now going to end. Well, that's all we have for you in this bulletin, but our continued coverage of this ceasefire, the supposed ceasefire, and the India-Pak tension will continue on the other side as well.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi chairs crucial huddle in his residence with tri-services chiefs. Trump offers to mediate on Kashmir. Opposition questions US brokered ceasefire, demands special parliament session.
India Today World Exclusive. 2010 India Today Inside Muridke.
A safe haven for terrorists. Pakistan uses terror as part of state policy.
2025 Muridke terror hubs wiped out.
Big story coming in. Muridke has been targeted. Oh my God, the terror epicenter has been targeted. Information just coming in. Indian missiles have struck the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters. Muridke has been bombed. It's a big, big story. This is India's Operation Sindoor.
The line of clarity with God of Sawan. Only on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast. I'm Gaurav Sawant. I'll get you details of how the Indian Armed Forces, they chose the targets and acquired them with clinical precision. The bases of Pakistan Air Force, the air bases, the command and control centers, the storage facilities, even Sargodha. The significance of Sargodha being targeted, and that's something that Pakistan could never believe that could happen, but that's just one part of the story. All the way from Skardu in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, what Pakistan calls its northern areas, through Pakistan's Punjab province, down to Sindh province, not one airfield that was left, significant airfield that was left untargeted. And that's a very, very major point that India made. Some of these strikes were demonstrative, but some of them were deadly effect. And that is why Pakistan sought this ceasefire. Much more of that over the course of the next half hour. First, as always, the headlines at 5. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh lauds Operation Sindoor, says India entered Pakistan and attacked its bases, says gave a befitting reply to Pakistan's terror.
यह नया भारत है जो आतंक के खिलाफ सरहद के इस पार और उस पार दोनों तरफ प्रभावी कार्रवाई करेगा। यह हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट रूप से यह संदेश दिया।
Indian Air Force's operations are still underway. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs a crucial meeting at his 7 Lok Kalyan Marg residence with the 3 services chiefs. India's water strike on Pakistan super effective. Pakistan cries out for water. Pakistan begs for Indus water at military talks. Normalcy returns to Amritsar, Jaisalmer, Srinagar after late evening ceasefire violations and a tense calm overnight. Red alert ends, locals out on the streets early Sunday morning. US President Donald Trump offers to mediate on Kashmir, says we'll see if there can be a solution for Kashmir after 1,000 years. India Today's team of reporters and analysts will now take you through every point that was targeted in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir to tell you the significance of India's precision strikes in the heart of Pakistan's military jihad complex. Not just the terror networks, but also the armed forces of Pakistan that support this terror. And I'll get you much more on that story. Joining me on this special broadcast will be squad leader Gini Chaudhary as a defense analyst. Captain Manjula Katoch joins us on this show. My colleague Sandeep Unnithan with much more on this big story. But before I come to our guests on this special broadcast, I want to tell you about the reasons for India's super success in these strikes, whether it was the air-launched Brahmos supersonic cruise missile or the other weapons of war that made all the crucial difference. The standoff distance with which India targeted Pakistan's military terror network. And I'm emphasizing, the terror network was targeted at Murid, at Bahawalpur, at Sialkot, but even the armed forces of Pakistan, and especially Pakistan Air Force, and striking Pakistan's Air Force in Pakistan's Punjab province sends out a very clear message. No part of Pakistan is off limits for the Indian armed forces once a decision is taken to punish terror as part of Operation Sindoor. Now, this has tremendous significance. They can't kill Indian citizens and think they are safe because they may have nuclear weapons or they have an air force. That air force was struck at base. I'll also tell you about India's air defense system. Pakistan tried, it did not succeed. Now, in the fog of war, there's a lot of misinformation campaign, there is a lot of disinformation campaign, but here I'll get you all facts. But first, the big story. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath today confirmed the use of Brahmos supersonic cruise missile in the targeting of terror bases in Pakistan. And the statement of the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath actually aligns with the mounting evidence that suggests the precision munition that was used. Now, Brahmos is a supersonic cruise missile, more than 3 times the speed of sound, with deadly accuracy, and can be fired from a Sukhoi 30 MKI. It can be fired from a ship. It can be fired from land, surface to surface, and it's multi-dimensional. I'll tell you so much more about this over the course of the next 1 hour, but there's mounting evidence about how India used Brahmos not just to target a very crucial Pakistani airbase, and that base is the pride of Pakistan. So the Brahmos went right into the heart of Pakistan's pride and destroyed it. A Brahmos booster, and watch that image, a Brahmos booster and cap were recovered near the Pakistan border, and that's one of the strongest indications of a cross-border strike by the Brahmos. Missile fragments found in Bikaner suggest it was launched from Indian territory towards a high-value target. Intelligence sources believe the Brahmos was used to hit the Jaish-e-Mohammed base at Bahawalpur in the southern part of Pakistan's Punjab province. Now, Pakistan claimed there was a high alert. Pakistan insisted that it was in its defensive posture, but it failed to intercept the Brahmos missile, and that underlines the speed, the amazing speed, the precision strike of the Brahmos. More than 3 times the speed of sound. By some accounts, travels at the speed of 3,500 kilometers per hour and more. That is the effective strike capability over a range of more than 450 kilometers. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh lauded the Indian Armed Forces who successfully crushed Pakistan terror, not just inside our country, but also terror was struck at its roots in Bahawalpur, in Muridke, in Sialkot, and of course, also in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir as part of Operation Sindoor. Massive, massive damage to Pakistan terror network and Pakistani military network. But first, let's listen in to Defense Minister Rajnath Singh.
जिन भारत विरोधी और आतंकी संगठनों ने भारत माता के मस्तक पर हमला करके कई परिवारों के सिंदूर मिटाए थे, उन्हें भारतीय सेना ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से इंसाफ दिलाने का काम किया है। और इसके लिए आज सारा देश भारतीय सेनाओं का अभिनंदन कर रहा है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सिर्फ एक सैन्य कार्रवाई भर नहीं है, बल्कि भारत की राजनीतिक, सामाजिक और सामरिक इच्छा शक्ति का प्रतीक है। यह ऑपरेशन आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भारत की दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति का और सैन्य शक्ति की क्षमता और संकल्प शक्ति का भी प्रदर्शन है। हमने दिखाया है, भारत आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जब भी कोई कार्रवाई करेगा, तो आतंकवादियों और उनके आकाओं के लिए सरहद पार की जमीन भी सुरक्षित नहीं रहेगी। भारतीय सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को पाकिस्तान में मौजूद आतंकी ढांचा ढहाने के उद्देश्य से लॉन्च किया था। हमने उनके आम नागरिकों को कभी निशाना नहीं बनाया था, मगर पाकिस्तान ने न केवल भारत के नागरिक इलाकों को निशाना बनाया, बल्कि मंदिर, गुरुद्वारा, गिरजाघर पर भी हमले करने का प्रयास किया। भारतीय सेना ने शौर्य और पराक्रम के साथ साथ संयम का भी परिचय देते हुए पाकिस्तान के अन्य ठिकानों पर भी प्रहार करके करारा जवाब दिया है। हमने केवल सीमा से सटे सैन्य ठिकानों पर ही नहीं कार्रवाई की, बल्कि भारत की सेनाओं की धमक उस रावलपिंडी तक सुनी गई जहां पाकिस्तानी फौज का हेडक्वार्टर मौजूद है। मित्रों, भारत में आतंकवादी घटनाएं करने और कराने का क्या अंजाम होता है, यह पूरे विश्व ने उरी की घटना के बाद देखा, जब हमारी सेना ने पाकिस्तान में घुसकर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की। पुलवामा के बाद देखा, जब बालाकोट पर एयर स्ट्राइक की गई, और अब पहलगाम की घटना के बाद दुनिया देख रही है कि जब भारत ने पाकिस्तान के भीतर घुसकर मल्टीपल स्ट्राइक्स की हैं। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति पर चलते हुए हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि यह नया भारत है जो आतंक के खिलाफ सरहद के इस पार और उस पार दोनों तरफ प्रभावी कार्रवाई करेगा। यह हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट रूप से यह संदेश दे दिया है।
Terror will be punished at source. Now that used to be said earlier, now it's been done. Because for decades, we've actually complained that yes, we kill terrorists and we celebrate the killing of terrorists, but that's like pruning the leaves and branches of the terror tree with roots in Pakistan. Now those roots in Pakistan have been targeted, and not just at Bahawalpur and Muridke or at Sialkot or in POJK, but also the gardener of the terror tree, which is Pakistan Armed Forces. They've been struck at Noor Khan, at Sargodha, at Rahim Yar Khan, at 11 places in all. So 11 plus 9, that's 20 targets acquired by the Indian Armed Forces. That shows India's capabilities. I want to quickly cut across and bring in Shivani, but before that, let's listen in to Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Listen in to the pride in his voice when he talks about the Brahmos supersonic cruise missile.
ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल क्या होती है, अभी आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के अंदर इस मिसाइल के पराक्रम की एक झलक देखी होगी, और नहीं देखी होगी तो कम से कम पाकिस्तान वालों से पूछ लेना चाहिए कि ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल की ताकत क्या है।
And I want to bring in India Today's defense correspondent Shivani Sharma joining me with the latest on the story. And Shivani, you've been speaking to your sources in the Army, in the Navy, in the Air Force on the tri-services operations as part of Operation Sindoor. But tell us more about Brahmos and the impact of the Brahmos.
Gaurav, Brahmos happens to be the pride of India, and the lethal effect it has brought to the terror outfits in Pakistan is quite evident, not only the videos that we've been receiving, but in a number of satellite pictures. And this was the air-launched version of the Brahmos supersonic missile being carried by the Sukhoi 30 MKI of the Indian Air Force. And not only at one occasion, Gaurav, this has been used first in the night of 7th of May, the Operation Sindoor initiated against the terror outfits. And later, when Pakistan misadventured with the drone attack and the ceasefire violations, India decided to punish Pakistan harder, and the air bases were also targeted using Brahmos. Important strategic air bases have been inflicted with major damages. Runways have been cratered, and this was an impact of Brahmos, the lethal missile of India, India's pride. And this is now being acknowledged by the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, as we were giving inputs through our sources too. Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. Imagine the speed with which the Brahmos supersonic missile goes, Shivani. There is nothing that Pakistan had that could have stopped this. But even before that, the manner in which the Indian Air Force very scientifically and with military precision, with clinical precision, executed this operation. First, they took out the terror camps and Pakistan could do nothing about it. Then they used the Harps and other systems to puncture a big hole in Pakistan's air defense, took out their honky 9Ps, their air defense shields, and then took out their radars, and then used the airstrikes and missile strikes. So there is nothing that Pakistan could do, despite having, 16 air bases. They've lost 11 air bases, radar sites, and other military installations. That's a huge setback for Pakistan. Shivani.
Gaurav, yes, this was a huge setback for Pakistan, and this was probably the unimaginable punishment that the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister have been speaking about, that they were planning the strategic attack against these terror outfits in Pakistan. And the way the synergy has worked of the armed forces, Gaurav, not only the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force, the Indian Navy, they were all working together in a coordinated manner to get these strikes in just 24 minutes across Pakistan. There was damage, and these ballistic missiles have been used by India, and a combination of assets that India maintains, though India keeps these weapon systems as a deterrence measure, but we've been, Pakistan in fact has given us an opportunity to now test and try what Brahmos can do And we've seen what Brahmos and the other weapon systems have done. The air defense shield of India has defended hundreds of these swarm drones, the kamikaze drones of Turkey coming our way. They were all damaged, destroyed mid-air, even before entering the Indian airspace. And now the Brahmos, without even letting Pakistan's air defense systems know, has damaged their air bases, has damaged the terror outfits out there.
The supersonic cruise missile our nation is so proud of. The world was looking at it with envy, several seeking to acquire it. Let me tell you a little more about the Brahmos now and the significance of the impact of the Brahmos. One, Brahmos missile was used to target not just the headquarters of that UN-designated banned terrorist organization, Jaish-e-Mohammed. Its leader, incidentally, that Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar, is also on that same UN's 1267 sanctions list. He's a banned designated terrorist. So it hit the Jaish-e-Mohammed facility at Bahawalpur, on the outskirts of Bahawalpur. Incidentally, Pakistan also has a core headquarters in Bahawalpur, the 31 Corps. Pakistan should realize if the Brahmos missile can hit Jaish, it can even reach other targets. The Brahmos missile struck deep inside Pakistan. It was a precision hit. It's a cruise missile that dodged all the radars that Pakistan has. Sadly for Pakistan, many of these radars were initially destroyed by the Indian Air Force. And this actually shows what Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said, India's resolve to punish terror at source and also punish the perpetrators of terror and those who backed them. That shows India's resolve. India's deep strike capabilities. Remember 2019, the Balakot airstrikes. Now, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is at the Afghanistan border. It's the Durand line, and from the Ratcliffe line to the Durand line, or from the line of control to the Durand line, India can hit across Pakistan. Many in Pakistan thought they'll never be targeted inside Pakistan's Punjab province, known as the heart of Pakistan, or that Pakistani Punjabi nerve center. India hit the heart of terror, or that military jihad complex. And this air superiority, it's clearly more than air superiority, it's total air dominance when it comes to the Brahmos supersonic cruise missile. That's been firmly established after Operation Sindoor. And it's also displayed the total failure of Pakistan's air defense system and the success of India in taking out Pakistan's air defense. I want to bring into this conversation Squad Leader Gini Chaudhary. With us is Captain Manjula Katoch and of course Sandeep Unnithan. Squad Leader Chaudhary, let me begin by asking you, air power, it was the weapon of choice and it's delivered in these operations, not just to take out terror, but also to destroy some of the biggest targets of Pakistan Air Force.
Yes, Gaurav. See, when we talk about our armed forces, the first thing which comes in our mind, India is known for its professionalism when it comes to armed forces. And from past 2-3 days, what we've been seeing, it is evident enough that we have performed professionally, unlike our adversary. We have followed our principle of war in a very systematic way. Like first was selection and maintenance of aim. So we selected the targets as per our objective, and then precision attack on those targets was aptly done. Then it was no escalation from our side. So if you talk about air superiority, I heard you talk about air superiority and air dominance. So this would be not a, I would say not a correct word to use right now, because the kind of escalation it has gone to, you can say India was at the level of favorable air situation. So that would be the right word for this. So yes, certainly India was at the favorable air situation was achieved by Indian Air Force and armed forces. And that's how where we are. Clearly, we have achieved our tactical objectives and ultimately national objective.
Oh, absolutely. Also with us is Captain Manjula Katoch. Captain Katoch, the manner in which India pursued the aims that were set out, it's very clear. Rules of engagement followed, the directives that were given, they were executed virtually with perfection.
Absolutely, Gaurav, and we have been witnessing from past 3-4 days that how things are unfolding, what led to Operation Sindoor, and how we, conducted this Operation Sindoor with our technical superiority and our tactical brilliance. How the targets were identified and how with precision we have really, got the success in these targets. And the crossroads or the juncture we are here today is equally important because the news of the ceasefire, it has a big role to play, and how it will take the further turn is very, very important. Today, what we need to have is our strategic patience. We are all waiting for this next brief and that conference, that what is going to happen next. But I'm sure that we are going to give a befitting reply if there was, I'm using this word, if there was a ceasefire violation, then we need to give a befitting reply and a calibrated reply to the Pakis. And I'm sure we are waiting for this conference, for the brief, and let's see how things unfold further.
Oh, you're absolutely right, ma'am. And I want to bring in my colleague Sandeep Punithan. And let's just get into some of the specifics now, Sandeep. Total air dominance when it came to destroying some of the strongest bases in Pakistan, which Pakistan perhaps could never even think that India would strike. Sargodha, for example. For the benefit of our viewers, Sandeep, explain why Sargodha in its depth area was Pakistan's perhaps the best fortified location and how that was targeted.
Well, Gaurav, Sargodha is not an ordinary air base. Anyone who studied nuclear weapons in the subcontinent will tell you that that is where the Pakistan Air Force stores its nuclear weapons. The Pakistan Special Strategic Plans Division, which handles their nuclear weapons, that's where they store their nuclear weapons. There are sites there in hills very close to Sargodha, which have bunkers where the nuclear weapons are kept. This is a few kilometers away from the airbase. So right from the 1980s, if you notice, Americans have been studying Sargodha very carefully. Of course, we have been studying it as well. The drill was for the Pakistanis to take the weapons out of the vaults in the hills near Sargodha and load it onto their F-16s. Every time there was a border crisis, they would do that and try and get American attention. Now, nobody in Pakistan would have imagined that Sargodha would have been targeted with the kind of precision strikes that we carried out on that base. I'm sure Indian strategic commentators would have been alarmed, equally alarmed as well. That hole in the middle, that crater in the middle of Sargodha airfield is a very, very, very big signal to Pakistan's army, GHQ Rawalpindi, that we can hit you. We are not worried about you waving the nuclear threat in our face. We will even hit your nuclear installations to send you a message. Now, see, I mean, look at it, Gaurav. Over the last 3 decades, ever since Pakistan has had the nuclear weapon, the bomb, it's used this nuclear weapon as a shield to protect its sword of inflicting a death by 1,000 cuts. So this is what is called nuclear weapons-enabled terrorism. There's no other country in the world that does it. There are 9 nuclear-armed states. Pakistan is the only rogue nation that actually uses nuclear weapons to protect its terrorists.
You know, what an important point you make there. If you look at what's happened between India and Pakistan as part of Operation Sindoor, Squad Leader Chaudhary, the only situation where 2 nuclear weapon states are using in the 21st century, armed with beyond visual range missiles, using a supersonic cruise missile to take out targets, or using precision weapons to take out 11 military targets, from crucial airfields to radars to command and control stations. That just shows India's not just air power, but the entire might of the nation. You can take on a nuclear weapon state under the nuclear umbrella, fight conventional situations to send across a message: terror is unacceptable to India.
Certainly, Gaurav. See the way, how professionally our armed forces have performed till now. The precision hits, the targets were hit precisionally. So, what the point I want to bring out here is, if you do a comparative analysis between 2 countries, see what India has done, selected the targets and precision attacks were done on those targets. On the other hand, if you see Pakistan, I'm sure you're aware of the fact then how 300 to 400 drones were sent across behind their civil airline.
Yes.
So that is the point which clearly shows how unprofessional, how unreliable that country is. So we are right now handling the country which is not reliable, which is unprofessional. So just imagine the plight of our leaders, our head-up leaders, military leaders, or political leaders who will be handling such situation. So certainly it is a challenging situation for India as well. But as Indian Armed Forces, we are just following we follow chain of command always. So whatever our political leaders or our military leaders ask us to do, so it is a collaborative effort, collaborative decision, collaboratively among all three forces. The strategies are made, and that's how we move forward. So now, as you see, ceasefire is there, but still, if you remember, if you see in the morning, Chief of Air Staff has tweeted that operations are still on. So with that, you can see that we are still ready and prepared for any action from their side.
Because Pakistan is a country, Captain Katoch, that in your military appreciation, if Pakistan sought a ceasefire and peace at the borders, can Pakistan be trusted, ma'am?
Not at all, Gaurav. And this is not the first time that Pakistan has backstabbed us. And we have seen from time immemorial, Pakistan has always been backstabbing us. And we know it from 47, 48 times only. But yes, this was the reason why, although we agreed to that ceasefire, despite that, we made it very, very clear that we are agreeing for the ceasefire just for the sake of, this regional stability, you can say, or maybe to preserve this civilian population ko thoda sa console karne ke liye. But at the same time, we have not taken back the decision of cancelling the Indus Water Treaty. We have not withheld that visa of Pakistanis. So all the decisions are still intact, and we are ready, still ready for it. It is said, no, it is not over until it's over. So it's not over yet. We are actually waiting what is going to happen next. It's not over yet.
A country that is just so unreliable. But the targets that were selected, Sandeep, each and every one of them, from Skardu in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and on a map of the country, I want to explain why Skardu in POJK, coming down from there to Pakistan's Punjab province, take a look at Chaklala being targeted, take a look at Sukur, Rahim Yar Khan, Kasur, Sialkot, Noor Khan, Murid, Rafiki, Sargodha, and then come down to the Sindh province, even Pasrur, their important radar station there. From top to bottom, every part of Pakistan that faces India was in the line of India's fire. Watch that, watch that. So Skardu in Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir, what they call their northern areas, that was that runway. There's a hole punched in there. Noor Khan, Rawalpindi, one of their most crucial command and control communication squadron, as in their VVIP squadron, their C-130s also parked there. The Gulfstream, their mid-air refueler, that's parked there. Noor Khan, also one of their strategic Air Force bases. Sialkot is an aviation base. Pasrur is an early warning station. It's a radar station that's been taken down. Rafiki has been taken down. Sukur is a dual radar station that's been taken down. Jacobabad is an F-16 base that's been taken down. Chunia is a radar technical depot. Bolari is again extremely crucial in terms of their facilities in the Sindh province. So Sandeep, look at all the targets that have been taken down. What does this say of Pakistan's air defense and India's offensive?
Well, Gaurav, what you just read out is possibly the Indian Air Force's targeting book. You've just pulled out a page from it and read it, and the Air Force has done exactly what they would do in case of a war with Pakistan. But this is again signaling, Gaurav. Many of those air bases, they have all been, their air strips have been punctured just to send out a signal. The whole base hasn't been destroyed. So you've taken out the airfields, you've taken out the runways, you've cratered their runways just to prevent operations, sending out a big message. These are initial strikes. we can accelerate it, we can ensure that those bases are never used. And I'm sure, judging by the list of targets that you've just read out, it's very possible that the PAF would have panicked and immediately withdrawn to their rearward bases closer to the Iran and Afghanistan border. So the PAF has about 40 air bases, 18 of them are the operational air bases. The rest are all runways, they are emergency airfields. They're commissioned only in times of war. I wouldn't be very surprised if the PAF has already started flying its aircraft from highways. They have those things where they convert highways into runways.
Yes.
They would have done that. I'm sure there would have been general panic across the PAF, but because what you just read out is something that we haven't seen in 54 years, not since the 1971 war, Gaurav. So it's very, very significant. And whatever claims the PAF may make about an air battle and supposed losses of Indian aircraft, where did they land? Where did their fighters land? It looks like they've left a wreckage of airfields on the ground. Whatever claims they've made in the air, all of that has been neutralized on the ground. So this is a very big crisis for the PAF, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. And when you look at each and every target, and look, we've been doing that. India Today Open Source Intelligence has been looking at each site that government said has been targeted. That Memuna Jot again is Joya is a terrorist camp that was taken down. Bimbar Barnala is one of the biggest Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist jungle training and launch pads, as is Kotli Gulpur. I want you to look at each and every of those targets so that you would know Kotli Abbas, very, very crucial in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Kotli, the name has come so many times, Sandeep, when we would be reporting on counter-terror operations that terrorists were staying at Kotli and they were launched from Kotli, or they were launched from Bimbar, they were launched from Sarjal. Those camps have all been taken down, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav.
Sandeep.
Yeah,
Gaurav,
go on, Captain Katoch.
So I'm really dying to say this, that I would like to summarize all the list of targets that you have just read out.
Sure.
That speaks about pure, precise and planned is the response that India has given us. So that is a brief summary of how India conducts its operation. It is planned, it is precise, and it is pure. Absolutely ethical.
And intelligence-based operations, as you very rightly pointed out. In fact, even in that meeting that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had with the three services chiefs, the National Security Advisor, with Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, had both our intelligence services chiefs present there in that meeting, giving last-minute inputs before those strikes were ultimately carried out, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And you know, this is literally the crux of this operation. And I'm sure, let's wait for the government actually to come out with the details. But, you know,
in
given
just
the fact
about an hour from now, it's 6:30 is where the government will have a briefing, Sandeep.
You know, we know what happened in Balakot as well. It was a surgical strike which was based on intel from the ground. We had operatives on the ground, inside the camp, outside the camp. And all of this was, the intel came from the ground, based on which the Air Force launched that airstrike. And I'm pretty sure, given the kind of range of targeting that had been done, especially against the terrorist sanctuaries, the headquarters, there would have been a lot of ground intel, Gaurav. The IB, the RNAW, military intelligence, NTRO, everybody would have pulled in intelligence, everything that they'd got, to draw up a list of these targeting sites. You know, and like you were mentioning earlier, Gaurav, all these sites that we've been reporting for 20, 25 years, you know, in the US, they have that thing where you go to Hollywood, a tour bus takes you around the homes of those stars. They'll take you, they'll tell you this is where Jack Nicholson lives, this is where Harrison Ford lives. Pakistan possibly could have done that over the last 20 years because everybody knew where the Jaish headquarters was, where the Lashkar headquarters was. This is the launch pad, this is the seminary, this is the mosque. I've been to Pakistan once and I've seen these, part of a state visit, of course. I've seen it, the Jaish parading around openly, the Lashkar parading around openly. I've seen them brandishing weapons. This is the Lashkar-e-Taiba mosque. You know, and today, in 2025, you have attacked these targets for the first time. After 25 years of the Pakistan army running a low-cost operation against India, attempting to bleed India with death by 1,000 cuts, today they've realized that it has a high cost. It is not a low-cost operation anymore. Your air defense is in ruins. Your air bases have been holed. Your runways have been punctured. It's not a low-cost operation anymore. It's going to cost you money. You are living from hand to hand out. You're looking at IMF bailouts. Now you'll have to decide whether you're going to feed your people with the money that you get, or fix your air bases, or buy new air defense systems, or buy new missiles and fighter jets. So this is the strategic defeat, Gaurav, if I may call it, for Pakistan.
It's so interesting you should mention that. Would this operation be seen as a tactical operation with a strategic impact, or it's truly strategic messaging? Because when you use the manner in which you've employed your air power, Squad Leader Chaudhary, the manner in which your fighter jets, your air-to-ground missiles, your surface-to-air missiles on standby, your surface-to-air missiles also deployed, and your surface-to-surface missiles ready to be used as and when, because the preparations clearly were for a full-spectrum war, we are told.
Certainly, Gaurav. See, a strategy comes very first when you plan for how you want to go about at the tactical level. So strategy is already in place, and one strategy in place, and that is that after that you apply your strikes or air defense, you use all your strategies to get the tactical objective accomplished. So that is the whole idea about this. So once your tactical motive is clear, your objective has been achieved, after that you may vary, you may, strategy is actually dynamic in nature. So depending upon the situation of the war, you keep changing your strategies. So ultimately, yes, it is a tactical objective which we have received all three armed forces to achieve one objective, national objective, that was terrorism, against terrorism. Another thing I want to bring out here, just want to add on to what Sandeep was mentioning about intelligence. So here is a very important point. Here comes, how our armed forces are prepared. This is the preparedness of our armed forces, because, mind you, intelligence is something you gather in your peacetime, not